I'll open this work session to order. Welcome everybody. So we have about an hour until our official city council meeting. This is the really boring stuff that takes place kind of during our meetings. Our council generally meets an hour prior to every city council meeting in a work session format, which is kind of a work session for us in preparation for the evening's meeting. And then we cover a few different items and staff that staff is looking for feedback and direction on that really aren't to the point of an official city council meeting yet. So that's what we're here to do to start off. Carrie, would you like to call the roll?
Councilor Pietzel.
Hang on a sec. Here.
We eat during these.
Councilor Smallwood.
Here.
Councilor Hamblin.
Present.
Councilor Lee. Here. Councilor Exner.
Yeah, here, I'm putting my password in, so we also do
Councilor
that.
Schultz. Here. Mayor Belant.
Here, present. Thank you. So tonight, here at our work session, we're going to do our normal agenda review. Then Kelly O'Neill is here to go through, and sounds like our tree code committee is looking for a little direction for the forestry code update from council on what we're looking for them as far as timelines and deliverables. And then Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee, we're getting to a point here with some good direction for them to kind of shore that up. So to start that off, agenda review. The first item on our agenda for this evening will be our transit plan, master plan update, basically taking us through the first stages of what that's going to look like and what that process is going to be like. I think, Jordan, what it's we're looking at like a 15-minute kind of presentation
10,
on that.
minutes,
10,
yeah.
15. Not a very controversial issue on the agenda. Does anybody have any questions or anything before we do that tonight? No? Okay. So after that, we have our consent agenda, which is the city council minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review the minutes, and is there any changes or shifts from the minutes of our last meeting?
Nope.
Okay. Sandy, we'll move on to a conversation about the Sandy Community Campus, where we will obviously be discussing the aquatic center, as well as spending a lot of time talking about what the future of that campus could look like, some of the different funding mechanisms, some of the different development, public-private partnerships. Staff's looking for direction on some deliverables to bring back to us at a future meeting on some different ways we might tackle that project. I'm sure that's going to be the more lively portion of our meeting this evening. Is there any, before we go into that though, is there any comments or questions for staff before we have that conversation tonight? Councilor Exner.
Yeah, I want to make sure we got, because I know this is going to fill up, did we get the TV and the...
Oh, I can hear it. It's an echo in my ear.
Can you hear it already?
Yeah.
Okay, so I suspect we will be full, and then some tonight. So, good.
Yep. Any other questions on the community campus?
No, just want to thank staff for doing a lot of work over the weekend to prepare for that.
Right. Yes.
Great.
Do we have, because that's a urban, on the next item, Urban Renewal Agency Board. Do we have the members of the Urban Renewal Board?
Well, yeah, I saw Chris Jones from the Chamber was here earlier, so she's going to be here. I don't know about Chief Phil Snyder.
I saw
haven't
him
seen
last week at the event, and he said he was planning on being here.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Jordan, have you heard any differently? Yeah, so I believe we'll have our whole board here for that. So that's the next item on the agenda, where we'll be discussing some scope of our tenant improvement grant program and some different ways that we may want to make some adjustments to that, particularly with Paola's, iconic Paola's establishment here in town. Any questions or direction for staff prior to having that discussion tonight? Okay. Then we'll have our report from the city manager. We'll wrap up with our committee and council reports and staff reports. So with that being our agenda review, we'll move on to the tree code committee direction, forestry code update. Kelly, there you are. Welcome.
Thanks, Mayor. So I'm just going to jump right into this. As most of you probably remember, and even the members that weren't, I don't think, on council yet probably have heard, that we tried to bring some different code changes in 2018. Some of them were met with quite a bit of controversy, including the tree code changes at the time. And at the time, council directed staff to form a an ad hoc tree code committee and then go forth with actually proposing some code changes and meeting on a monthly basis until we get those code changes adopted. So we met one time so far in February with newly formed tree code committee. There's 9 members on there, and it consists of 1 city council member, Carl, and then there's planning commission, there's 1 planning commission members, and then 7 community area members, I would say, and it's a mixture of both builders, developers, and also tree advocates, essentially, that work for different watershed councils or Audubon societies. So it's a very diverse group of people and a very diverse set of ideas that they have, I think, to bring to the table. So from that meeting, and I included the minutes that we put together from that meeting in your packet, and that was from February 20th, 2019, and so you can look at those minutes.
Yep.
And then the staff report, basically, what they want is some feedback, and it's the first page of the staff report, which is a bunch of questions. I don't know if we'll get through all these, but at least to give some direction on the different questions.
So, Kelly, sorry to interrupt. There's considerably more questions on the staff report than what I see on the minutes from the group. Was there just some more direction staff needed, so you added some, or? I'm just
Yes.
looking to prioritize what you actually
Yeah.
what you need from us tonight.
There's direction or questions both from staff and also from Mr. Exner.
I'm
And as
responsible
a
for that,
council member,
so sorry
we
about
wanted-
that.
Yeah, we wanted to include those questions. on
One
the
page
list.
is yours.
Okay. So 1 page is Councilor Exner's question.
I think like 2 or 3.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the main things for tonight are, I think if we go through these and if we get hung up on something more than a couple minutes, I would say we should probably just move on to the next one and then see after that if we have any time to come back and close it out.
Okay. So, you know, our city manager's from Washington. He didn't heckle you for wearing that Oregon shirt today, did he?
I don't know.
That was quite the game
I
on
actually
Saturday.
They wouldn't have any reason
I've
to
gotten
heckle,
used to
would
it.
he?
Yeah, I just wanted to point that
I'm
I
out.
actually went to
immune to
UW. I went to UW for years. So.
What?
Oh, that's
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So,
Go Gators.
so you're hoping you want to go through these one.
Yeah, I
One
think
by
we
one.
went through most of them, honestly.
All right. So these were some of the main discussion points. Mitigation trees and retention trees on small lots is problematic.
Yeah, so I think
That's more of a statement.
Yeah, I think if we just start with the first bullet point, so this was one of the main things that they wanted to hear from you guys on is, what are the council's goals or vision for managing trees in Sandy? What is the bigger picture that you want us to take a look
Oh.
at when developing urban forestry standards
Oh,
in
okay.
Sandy?
Thank you.
Can I make
Councilor
kind
Exner, go ahead. Yeah.
of an opening conversation here is that the committee itself, much like what Kelly has said, is just looking for some sideboards or some direction from council to make sure that they don't spend all their time wandering around the trees, as it were. It's a good visionary statement, and getting lost in the forest. So we're kind of hoping to get kind of narrowed down and stay on track and be able to do the right things. And then also, a lot of this stuff typically would come out of a forest management plan. The city doesn't really have any time or money to put together a forest management plan. So I think if we could figure out a way to make some direction that puts that sideboard on it and be able to keep the code committee on task, keep it equitable, keep it applicable, and keep it on the something we can get involved in and implement right away. I think that's really what we're after. Try not to get too much into the weeds. Some of these questions might take quite a bit. I know some of the questions I had would take quite a bit of evaluation. So I'd sure like to see us keep it.
I think Jan first and then.
Councilor Smollett? I mean,
Lee.
Councilor Lee.
It's okay, he was looking over here.
I was wondering if the committee looked at some of the other cities' ordinances and the county tree ordinance. If there's things already out there, maybe we can shortcut by following some other guidance.
Yeah, a lot of what Emily had brought forth back in 2018 was direction from other tree codes, because we researched like 5 or 6 of them.
Mhm.
And with a few things that were unique or new ideas that we were bringing forward. But I think that's going to be part of the larger discussion is, are there other tree codes out there that we would like to kind of emulate or kind of take a deeper dive into, I think.
Mhm.
So I think that will be something that's discussed at some of the meetings coming forward.
So Kelly, what is the most immediate issue? You know, I was a viewer of the Planning Commission meeting, I don't know, maybe a month back now, where it was really, that focus was on residential, right? Residential development and a recent interpretation by staff on whether or not to apply a certain code. Is that something that you're looking for direction on right away, that we need to be asking for this committee kind of report back on the direction we want to go? Like, I guess I'm looking for us to prioritize deliverables from the committee. As someone on staff that has to deal with planning permits and decisions all the time, I guess prioritize for us what you're seeing the most often and what needs the most clarity right off the bat that we should be asking for from this committee.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the biggest things is, is the city council comfortable with tree preservation tracts and putting them in HOA tracts or even in tracts that then would be dedicated to the city of Sandy. And that's one of the things that we were proposing in 2018 that was fairly unique and different from a lot of tree codes out there. And that's because when you put a 100-year-old Doug fir on a 7,500 square foot lot, 10 feet from the foundation, those things fail instantly.
Mhm.
And so I think that's one of the bigger things is that a policy, and that's a policy decision, is that a policy that you guys would like to see implemented more often?
Councilor Smallwood, and
Oh,
then
I think,
Pete Sol.
go ahead.
You
Well, no,
Go
it's
ahead.
because my question isn't pertaining to this
Okay.
particular topic.
So mine is though, and
Yeah.
so that was one of the discussion points that we had at that council meeting before, was to, hearing the stories and what was going on with such a small lots. We have a lot of small lots in town, and as Kelly pointed out, you have a very large Doug fir, or maybe it's a cedar or something like that, needing to be retained on these small lots. And so then you get the house is built and next to it, and then a few years later that thing dies, or because of the root ball behind it, those type of things. It just doesn't seem viable. And then also seeing buildings being built around these trees in such a way that that then is going to die later on, and then you've got, it doesn't seem like it's the most effective, efficient manner as well. A nice point is, up here on the corner, across from the post office. I was looking at that as I was running by. See, I got my running story in already.
Yeah.
My running by was that the foundation took a little bit of a turn just to get around this tree, but it had been dug down. It's like, and here's this tree. And so what I have seen across from where I live is where a forest had been knocked down, but then left individually these trees, and over in the first year, a lot of them just came down in the road and came down, and you worry about those type of things. And so, are we putting these burdens on developers and other people, and then also the safety of the people in those homes for that? And and then the other piece came up saying, oh, you need to now replant, or that these trees are there alive on the deed of the homeowner.
Mhm.
And that was the first time I had heard that was part of their deed, that they had to then replant and do on that. And maybe it was a different type of tree they wanted, or the tree died, but now you have to, and yet your backyard is not, from John to me, and but you have this big Doug fir right there.
Right.
When it came to the question of putting them all in one track, and then it doesn't get taken care of by the HOA, which we've seen a lot of HOAs just go away, it's on the burden of the city. Can the city maintain those type of things, and is that a viable option? I don't know that budget-wise it is, but.
Councilor Smallwood.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, because I'm going to backtrack just a little bit. So in going through and reading this, I wasn't, again, I think kind of like the mayor said, wasn't sure if we were looking at individual residences or if we're looking at future developments as far as tree preservation. So the example that I'll give is the development that's going in at Olson and Jewelberry. It's been clear cut. There's a single lonely looking fir tree in the center of that entire thing. And as you know, now that tree is now susceptible to wind and everything else. So I guess I was looking for more information of what type of tree preservation. Are we looking deciduous, conifer, all of the above?
I think all of the above.
All of the above.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I think what And what we've talked to the tree committee about is I think we're gonna look at more than 17102, which is urban forestry.
Right.
I think we're also gonna be looking at the landscaping section and also at our fish overlay section, which also talks about preserving trees within a certain distance of creeks and wetlands. So I think it's going to become a much more comprehensive look than what we originally planned.
And then how much of that is overlotted, like when you talk about stream areas preservation, now FEMA dictates a lot of that, right? Or not FEMA, but,
DEQ might.
well, DEQ and then,
Forest practice.
forestry, yeah, sorry.
Forest practices.
I misspoke, I'm thinking
I mean, somewhat.
larger, yeah,
As we know from past experience just in the last few years, they didn't do a very good job of doing that.
right.
So I think really it is up to us when it comes down to it to monitor it, to make sure it's being done.
Councilor Exner.
So to reply to Councilor Smallwood a little bit and build on what Councilor Pietzel was talking about, part of the question I think that is one of the bigger pieces for me is that a single tree really doesn't provide a forest.
Right.
And it's really a difficult thing for a tree, especially a 150, 200-year-old tree, to do the things that it likes to do. Like, for instance, stand up because the wind, if you've got roots being cut by, and that puts it into a distressed situation. And if you have roads and people carving on it, it's just not a good thing for a tree. So one of the questions that we had is should we move from single tree preservation to maybe clumps of trees, stands of trees that provide a whole number of things, besides just the human environment, being able to walk through a stand of trees that are comfortable, cool in the summer, it'll provide you a lot of dripping rain in the wintertime, but give you that feeling of a forest. And also, as we build our sewer plant, I'd hate to bring that into the piece of it, but many of the things that we are looking for that moves our gutter water and our street water into places where we don't just dump them right into our streams. So the things that people put in there, like oils and herbicides and all the nasty stuff that somehow has a chance to go into our street gutters, can be filtered and moved through that before it dumps into the streams. And you need a clump of trees to do that. So one of the things we were talking about, and I think Kelly, is already kind of moving in that direction, but we wanted to get an answer is, should we move more towards stands of trees than a single, especially the 200-year-old trees? And in any kind of forestry, diversity is crucial. So if you have only Douglas fir, 200 years old, there's going to be a time when you're going to be looking at what's going on here. The trees have insects, they have diseases and such. Diversity creates a lot of helps in that way. So moving away from the single to the clumps is one of those big questions.
Councilor Lee. Councilor Lee.
Yes, in the subdivision I live in, we do have what you would call, I guess, clumps of trees. So I would say maybe a good thing to do would be when approving the original subdivision plan to save some of the trees that are already there in clumps instead of cutting them all down.
So I guess my question though is those are some of our back and forth, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think aren't we looking at this committee that, I mean, we need to give them focus, and I think the focus is we need community feedback. This is why it's a diverse committee of, because we're looking for a balance for environmental reasons, for aesthetics, culture, development, and really finding kind of that balance between all of those factors, right? Which is why this committee is diverse in its makeup. I'm trying to, I guess, my question is figuring out our role as council here. I understand that they want some guidance, and maybe that's where we need to provide them the priorities in which we need them to report back their thoughts to us. But a lot of these conversations, while it's fun for us to have, there's a reason why we formed a committee to weigh and have these conversations, right? So that they could bring all these stakeholders to the table, they could debate and have the conversations and go down the roads that we're starting to tonight, and then report back what they were able to build consensus around. So I think for us is to allow Kelly to kind of leave here with what code changes and what issues that we want them to tackle first, and then second, and then third in their discussions. And then I think it came up in at that planning committee meeting is to also provide them with a timeline that we would like them to report back. And we need staff direction on that, on how much time you have to devote to this, right? But I also believe that timelines lead to consensus, and if it's kind of left out into the open for these guys to kind of sit around in a room and debate forever, they may not be able to get to a consensus. But if they have a certain deadline that they need to meet, it helps drive kind of that conversation to feedback for us. So as far as kind of the issues facing, I mean, what are I wasn't here when the committee was first formed, right? So, I mean, you had, but I did watch the meeting, and that was an interesting one. And it came off of some recommendations that you had made, or our staff had made, towards the tree code ordinance. So what do you feel from staff were the most contentious items that really needed to be kind of addressed and have us get to resolution the quickest?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mainly at the development stage, to answer your question, because I think at that stage, if we can properly set up the trees for success into the future, then we'll have less, I'm not gonna say we won't have any, but we'll have less contention later on where there's big trees right next to houses.
Right.
So I think some of the things to me are kind of, you know, what is our priority or what is our goal? Are we more concerned with seeing like heritage 150-year-old trees remaining? Or are we more concerned with seeing smaller trees that will probably have more success in an urban setting or an urban environment? So one of the big contentious issues is always, we make them do these mitigation trees if they don't have enough tree retention numbers.
Right.
And we make them put in these 6 or 7 foot trees, and half the time or more they fail, and then they have to put them again and put them in again. So that's one of the questions is, when we do let them do mitigation trees, could we have a tract or an area dedicated within a subdivision that has, and I think Mr. Carlton, who's in attendance, and also Carl has brought this up, is would you be open to seedlings or something like that, where that's what they plant in forests, or smaller trees than 6 footers? I'd be reluctant to do that in people's backyards because they might just mow over them with the lawnmower, but if it's on like a tract, then I think it could be potentially successful. So that's one of the big issues, and I think that's something we're going to be working through. But when we were talking in February, they want to know things like, does council still want to be a Tree City USA? Do we still want to be a city where when you drive into town that you see a lot of trees and you see a lot of these old Doug firs? Because I think a few people on the committee,
Yeah.
I'm not going to speak for them or not,
Yeah.
but if it was up to them, they're more into mass grading and making development easier.
Sure.
Right.
So I think we need to really define for the committee, no, that's not, we don't want to see a clear-cut area all around town. We do want to see these big patches of old growth still in town, if that's something you guys want.
So what are the cost ramifications of some of this, right? Like, I mean, is a complaint that we're pricing some of kind of the little guy out of the game as far as the entrepreneur that wants to come in and do their own development? And so we're, you know, it's our tree ordinance is so tough to overcome that it's only the large developer that's able to come in? I mean, is that the concern, or is it just wanting development to be as easy as possible no matter what?
Yeah, and I don't know if it's either.
Right.
I don't know, it could be one of those. I think it really depends on who you ask. Because some developers are a lot more, they kind of want to work with the trees and with the development a little bit more, and some really do want to just clear cut it and mass grade it more. So I don't really know. I don't really have an answer for you there.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the cost difference is if you retain, say, 20 trees in a subdivision or 0 trees. I don't.
Right.
It is more costly probably because you got to work around them and set up fencing and be careful with them.
Councilor Pietzel?
Well, like I said a little earlier, I think one of the concerns the council had and I had was the part of where trees were put on the deeds of those, and but were used as how many trees would be left in a development in that. And so some of those trees, you get down to the last lot, and then you're having to put 7 or 8 trees on this one lot. And so this guy or gal has this, not a forest, I mean, it's a wall of bushes back there as they were trying to deal with, and that wasn't necessarily and so they come in and want to just remove it. And so instead of being on the development as a whole and maybe more open space, it was in their backyards where they don't want to have that tree, or it may fail, and then they are inclined to have to put that back. Another thing in the housing development part of the grading was, depending on which tree was left, it's either got to be filled in with 20 feet of dirt around that tree or to lower. So it comes back to a bunch of those issues. I think there wasn't a consensus of, hey, this is what we need to do, because I think we would have done that as a council. It was more of, there were multiple competing ideas in that, and so that's why you saw the diverse group get together.
Well, what's it mean to be, sorry, this is a dumb question, but what does it mean to be a Tree City USA? Because, heck yeah, right? Why wouldn't I want a designation of Tree City USA? But what does that actually mean?
You have to have a tree preservation code like we do.
Okay.
And you have to have Arbor Day events each year like we do. And you have to use a certain amount of money, I think it's $2 per resident each year, in either promoting tree health or planting new trees and that kind of stuff. And I think there's some more stuff around it, but that's the general, that's what it means basically.
So could we still be Tree City USA if we just adjust our code? It doesn't mean that our code has to look as it is today.
Right.
It just means that we have to have that and we do those other features. So you could still be Tree City USA and adjust the types of code. Because there's a lot of cities you drive around and see as you enter their town, they like to promote it like we do, as Tree City USA. So, and it doesn't necessarily need to be the 200-year-old fir in there. Going back to your comment of seedlings or other trees can be part of that forestry plan that is needed for Tree City USA.
Councilor Schultz?
I guess I feel like I think that's an important designation that we have as being Tree City USA, and I definitely don't want to drive through town and see graded plots all over the place. I think that we definitely need to preserve as much as we can. I like this idea of doing the clumps of trees maybe somewhere on the developments, and I don't know how all of that would work out, but not sure why we're still leaving one single tree in the middle when we all know what's going to happen with that. Like, that's very confusing why that's still happening, but
Charlie Brown tree.
Huh?
Charlie Brown
yeah.
tree.
The code. The code says you have to.
So we need to change that. I feel like you need to change that to a clump. That is seems.
Jordan had a comment, and then I'll go over here.
No, I just wanted to mention a couple things. Kelly wisely put in the comprehensive plan goals related to urban forestry in the staff report, because that's something to reference and go back. I know it needs to be updated, but you do have goals and policies that kind of address some of these bigger picture. What do you want the city to look like? How do you want to handle urban forestry? What are the values for trees and natural resources? To answer the question about the development, I think in the Portland metro region especially, but state of Oregon, I mean, it's a value you see across a lot of communities that trees are a value here. Our tree code isn't, that's outside of the norm. In fact, a lot of cities have more stringent tree codes for new development. And so there's the issue too, is, related is protecting trees in terms of new development, and what do you do when, someone's coming in and putting in a subdivision. But there's also the issue of what do you do with existing trees, right. With that single 100-year-old tree that's in a neighbor's backyard that they want to remove, and how many trees does a property owner get to remove. I know that might not be a part of this scope, but it's somewhat related in how people feel about trees and tree codes, right? So you'll hear those comments. So if you're looking for sort of a place to start giving that direction, whether we want to be a Tree Code USA, and how many incentives do we want to give? Do we want to look at it, being more aggressive in terms of acquiring property for natural resource protection, so that the city takes on a stronger role of that natural resource and urban forestry program? Comp plan is a good place to kind of start with that.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. But that's kind of the cop-out answer. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm all for a comp plan. You want to get that? We'll get going right away.
That's a few years off, but.
No, I'm just, yeah. Councilor Exner and then Schultz.
Yeah, a couple things, and I'm going to go back a little bit in the conversation, and then work my way forward. Is that it's more than just the Tree City designation that the city of Sandy has. I think when you drive out of the metropolitan area of Gresham and Happy Valley and all that country, where it's just, I'm just incredibly amazed at how many houses have bounced up in those areas. And you move out, drive through those areas, and you see all these houses, and then you come into Sandy and you start seeing the big Douglas fir trees and the big things that really make Sandy kind of recognizable as a place on the map. And that's the tree things that come up, and not just the 150, 200-year-old Douglas fir, but A lot of it is. And so I think it's more than just a tree city. I think we need to, if we're gonna make some kind of decision that way and go that direction, is that we need to be able to leave those kinds of forest stands in place. One of the problems that I saw and I'm seeing is that trees don't really grow where we want them to grow. They always end up in the place where the road should be or where a house should be, and they never seem to be in the right spot. So when we try to squeeze them up against the houses and the roads and stuff, we just mangle them up so much that they end up not being viable trees, and they end up either having disease or falling over, or they end up dying because you cut all the roots off. So there's those kind of things I think are always in that area, but I think we can solve that in the committee. I think that's something, we have enough intelligence in that. We actually, one of the members of our committee was involved in the Portland Urban Forest Management Plan. So that may be more overwhelming than we really want to be in terms of our development, but there's a lot of expertise in that area. So I think, I'm wondering if we shouldn't be just asking them to do the reasonable things.
Yeah.
Keep it economical, make it reasonable, which is one of the bigger complaints we have from our developers.
Yeah.
And make it so that people can enjoy them.
But
And let's move forward.
But we gotta start getting action and provide a timeline to get stuff back, because here's what's happening here is so a planning sitting there, and they gotta make hard decisions in that department every day. That then they get, we chew their ear if we don't like the decision that they're making, right? And so without providing them with, hey, we can sit here all day and say, hey, we want to be Tree City USA, we want to have old growth trees, we have all these deals, and then a council goal of ours, is maybe there's some kind of high skills training manufacturer that allows people these family wage jobs, and they're all getting set up, and then all of a sudden planning is giving them a hard time about the trees, right? And we're going, hey, what's going on? This is a council goal of ours. We need family wage jobs and all these things. So, we've got to be able, and then what happens is then you have contentious planning committee commission meetings where they're going, what's council direction on this, right? We're having to set policy here in our decision because our council has not provided us with the proper runway to run on. So, we've got to get to a point where we're getting feedback from the committee, and then we're able to then, set some of these policies in these codes and ordinances so that our planners truly know the direction that we want them to go.
I think that this one could really work well, that Kelly has put in Goal 5 of the comprehensive plan. It's got several items here that really provide, I think, some great direction and are already in place, already been approved by the city. So I think there's a real good start here.
Councilor Lee.
I think that
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. I was thinking the way that we save little pieces of parkland and subdivisions, why couldn't we do that with the clumps of trees and provide some credits to the developers?
Are you getting anywhere near what you want, Kelly?
Maybe focusing on a couple of these questions.
I am getting some stuff answered.
Could help the committee at least start biting into some of this stuff. This is going to sound kind of funny, but if you just look at that map, if you think about your overall goal, for trees and Tree City, what do you want that map to look like in 20 years from now, 30 years, 40 years? Is it more green? Realizing that development's going to occur, but does the city of Sandy want to be, have a more of a canopy than it does today? Just general bigger direction like that helps us kind of narrow our goals then, and what we can do with the development code, with our tree protection measures that we have today, and other urban forestry programs.
Well, one thing interesting is I had breakfast with the former mayor of Camas this morning, and she was talking about, this is linked to economic development too. Having a certain look to your city and being environmentally friendly. She said it's amazing how many times we would try to be recruiting a company to provide jobs, and the CEO would be out, he'd be looking around with his wife, like, is this a place we could live? Is this a place that we would want to live? So, making sure that map, to your point, looks good, and we're protecting our environment and our trees, and it's presentable. That also leads. Economic development is not just come through and clear cut all of our trees and ruin our environment, right?
Yep.
So on timelines, do you think? Oh, sorry, Carl.
But just to quick add, Jordan's comment about is it more green than it is now is a good question, but also there is some connectivity of green. So our streams completely connected from one side of our city to the other, protected and not clear cut by mistake or by design. And then also are there rivers and ponds and moist areas, maybe using those that are in our fish zones, are they protected in a way that we can use them for multiple purposes that are not residential and not human use? So that's what I want to say.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I just had one comment about the cluster of trees, and so just to bring this up, not to debate on it or not, one of the things that I worry about the clumps of trees is that just like parks, where we're kind of going away from those a lot of top parks or small little tiny ones, that us as a city don't have the funds to keep up all those, and so maybe it's more of a regional clumps. And if that was to come about, I would like to have that thought about. When it talks about HOAs taking over,
Sure.
We've seen defunct HOAs, and then no one does it, and it becomes a trash pit in there because no one's taking care of it. And now the city takes over it, but then that's more. So just some of those things to think about. I'm not trying to debate one way or the other on it, but it is something that we do need to think about.
Yeah.
And that has been steps. So we're gonna try it for the first time in Marshall Ridge on the HOA tree preservation track. It's the one south of Zion. And we'll kind of see how it goes. And that was our big concern when we recommended it. Is if the HOA folds up and nobody wants that lot, then we have to assume responsibility, or like you said, it'll just start to look bad.
Or the other side is private roads. We got away from private roads as well because of the exact same thing happens.
Exactly.
And so we did the same thing with that, the small park. I mean, there's a trend there that happens over a period of time. It's hard to keep up, and who's responsible to come back in and maintain that for the city, So.
Councilor Hamlin.
So for timeline,
Yeah.
just kind of realizing how much time you guys may need versus to kind of push the issue. I haven't commented much because I see a lot of the questions are questions I'd expect the committee
To handle.
actually answer.
Okay.
And so I don't feel like an expert by any means to answer any of the questions. That personal preference as well too, but I'm just one person that's not speaking for constituents by any means. So I just wonder if by the end of April or by the end of May would work for a timeline for the committee to have recommendations.
And it doesn't have to be on all of it. What if could you break it up and provide a recommendation on one item? And it doesn't have to be April or May, but like, how are you planning on prioritizing this, and then when do we think we can get deliverables?
So
Doesn't need to be a month. Don't hold on to that.
So how you would typically do a code update is we would meet with them for 3 or 4 months, and then from there you would get a rough draft of the code. We would notice the state of Oregon DLCD, which we have to do with code updates, and then we'd bring it to planning commission, get their input, and then bring it to you for probably a code change. So you're probably looking at
August.
7 or 8 months.
End of summer.
I mean, I put in here probably September's realistic.
So we have, I hate to put you guys on the spot, we have a couple planning commissioners here. Is that timeline, with everything you're seeing and the decisions you're having to make, is that timeline acceptable to you?
Well, it is to me. It's just having, the way I understood it, and it was only partial information, last time it sounded like there was no timeline.
Right.
And it has to be realistic. I know that we're going to be meeting probably once a month. You're telling us it's coming down. Every time we get a subdivision, we're going to be encountering.
That's right.
So, sooner the better, but I agree with it. You can get a deadline for the committee, which is 3 months, 4 months, that's fine. Then there's procedural stuff you gotta do, because at the end of the day, he did a great job of describing it. At the end of the day, it's gonna come back to you as code. It won't come back to you as a BS section, it'll come back to you as code after it's gone through the planning commission.
Right.
And hopefully it'll be in a form that you guys like, and as opposed to the previous one, which, you both count didn't like.
Right.
And DC didn't like it either, by the way, we just did the best we could with it. So, as long as there's a timeline, so we know what to do, that's fine, but otherwise, it's and the economics, by the way, two-year listing, every developer is trying to make as much out of their development.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, who's the developer? The developer really is the landowner. Now, they got somebody else from now, but we brought these areas in the urban growth boundary, And these are the people that are developing now, okay? And like anything else, it's probably the last 2 lots you sell, that's your profit.
Yeah.
It's not the first lot you sell, it's the last 2. And so I think you probably encountered that on a recent, couple of weeks ago. You know, the economics of it may not sound like one lot, which would make you 130,000 means anything, but at the end of the day, if you lose one lot at 130,000, that might be half the profit that landowner plans to make. So there are real dollars against the involved, but at the end of the day, you don't want a bunch of dead trees standing there. And that's what we encounter, is we try and do what we've been doing, and they go out 5 years later, and they've either fallen over, have to be taken down, or the 7 or 8 year old ones you planted are dead, because the HOA or the developer hasn't planted them well or maintained them. That's why I suggest, well, for our land owners and Forestry, plant seedlings. It may take a while to get bigger, but at least they're gonna live. So,
Okay.
why continue to do this?
Right. Councilor Lee.
Yes, I lived over in Deschutes County quite a few years, and there the county and the city enforced with HOAs. So if there was an HOA, if you didn't stand up to what you were supposed to do, then the city or the county could charge you for them going in to do it. So there's an HOA in my community, and I'd be very happy if we were active, took care of our
That's in
issues.
Deschutes County? Deschutes County?
Yeah, Deschutes County.
What I heard, what? Give me the date. What's our deadline, Kelly? You threw out like
September.
Huh?
September.
Okay. Everybody okay with September here on council as a date to have a report back?
And there's a really busy spring coming, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
When you say September, is that when the code's to use, or is that when the committee's done?
Yeah.
Committee.
I think that's when the code would be.
Code to us. Okay.
I mean, that's what we shoot for.
Yep. Okay.
So just,
Councilor Hamlin, the next turn.
So you have a variance process right now that can accommodate if we have situations occur between now and then?
Yeah.
Could a developer could apply for a variance to appeal to the current code?
I mean, that's why we have some planning commission meetings, because
Yeah.
a lot of variance.
So, and I think just making folks aware we're in review and there is a variance process is the key piece.
The last few subdivisions, we've been getting 6, 8 variances or something.
Okay. Good.
The last thing we had 8 variances was called Walgreens, so. The variances are increasing, that's what I have.
Councilor Exeter.
yeah, I don't know if it's just something for the council or for Kelly to get a response, maybe from both. We've got about 3 or 4 codes we're looking at, sections of codes at it. I'm wondering if we get through one of them really easily, just easy to walk our way through, wouldn't be worth it to get it through the process before the other 2 or 3 that are going to
Look
be
at that.
difficult? And I think we can do a code at one time if it doesn't get influenced by the other that relate to it.
I mean, we could definitely look into that and see if that's potential.
Especially that solves problems for active developments. I'm assuming you're going to have a number of developments this summer.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Good. Hey, thanks.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Kelly.
it. Yeah, go Ducks.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. We're going to get political here.
Friday.
Beavers.
Big game
Oh,
Friday.
Let's go,
Now,
Stan.
are the Beavers still in the tournament?
Yeah, they could apply. They could apply till the
Stand.
Sweet 16.
All right.
They don't come in
I
until
take
later.
offense at this.
Yeah. All right. Next up is Economic Development Committee, Ad Hoc Committee. So I'll just say a quick thing on this. So ad hoc, by definition, is temporary, right? And so I think our assumption is that we want this to be a more permanent committee. And so what Jordan and I were throwing around in our meeting is that this ad hoc committee will eventually, as we've all talked about, turn into a full-time committee after our council's had time to review our rules and come to terms on that. What we really need this committee to do, though, is to develop some rules and some guiding principles and a mission statement and what they're all about. And so the idea being that we wanted to kind of get council input on was Economic Development Ad Hoc Committee that is formed with members that will eventually comprise the Economic Development Commission, Advisory Committee, whatever, right? But whose immediate task is to develop an overall scope of work, mission statement, and action plan for what will eventually be our economic development committee. Does all that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're basically saying an economic development committee, development ad hoc committee. So it's a committee to develop a committee.
Yeah, you'll catch
That's
Ad hoc
exactly
committee to develop
the old. I voted for it, right?
Well, it is until then we.
It just needs to formulate. So, like right now, we have an arts commission, right?
Right.
Arts commission has spent their first 3 months talking about what it means to be an arts commission. What this ad hoc committee does, it buys us some time because there's some real conversations that this council needs to have about our council rules and the roles of committees and commissions. It allows us to move forward with the process of moving this committee forward so that they can hit the ground running. But we're not necessarily at a point as a council to like call them a commission or a committee for a variety of reasons that we just haven't had time to address because we've had wastewater, community campus, budgeting cycle, all the fun stuff. So, make sense? Everybody good with that? Jordan, you good? Okay. Okay, so that's the work session. We'll adjourn for the next 14 minutes.
Get ready.
Broke off my drawer.
Please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carrie, will you please call the roll?
Counselor Pizzol.
Here.
Counselor Smallwood.
Here.
Counselor Hamblin.
Present?
Counselor Lee.
Here.
Counselor Exner.
Here.
Counselor Schultz. Here. Mayor Pulling.
Here. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for spending a beautiful Sandy, Oregon Monday evening indoors. This is a well-attended meeting, so thank you everybody for taking the time to show up tonight. So on tonight's agenda, we will, I was talking to Jordan prior to, we may have a change to the agenda when we get to that point where we'll bump the transit master plan update ahead of public comment. She, like all great transit folks, she wrote transit here. So we want her to be able to do her presentation so that she can get back in a timely manner. After that, we will open up for public comment. This meeting is an official city council meeting, which is a little bit more of a formal meeting than what we had last week, which is a work session and more of a kind of an open dialogue and a Q&A and stuff for council. During the public comment period, that is our public's ability and time to be able to address the council. There is a sheet that's right on the outside of the door there to sign up to be able to give testimony tonight. We'll be looking for public comment at about 3 minutes a person, and that will be your time to do that. After the public comment time, we will move on to the consent agenda, followed by a discussion on the future of the Sandy Community Campus, where our staff is looking for direction and feedback as far as the overall, not just a lot of folks want to talk about the aquatic center tonight. We'll be obviously talking about that issue, but we need to be providing our staff with a vision and some deliverables to come back to us on kind of the scope and the parameters and what we're looking at long term for the entirety of the Sandy Community Campus. Immediately following that, we'll be having an urban renewal board meeting where Chris Jones with the Sandy Chamber of Commerce and Fire Chief Phil Snyder will be joining us for a conversation about our tenant improvement program and a possible grant for the owners of Paola's Pizza Barn. And then we'll move forward with our city manager report, immediately followed by our committee and council report. So with that said, changes to the agenda. Is anyone have any problems with moving transit first step? Do I need to take a vote on that, Jordan?
No.
I think we're good, aren't we? All right, we're doing it. Transit master plan update, presentation by Michelle. Oh, Michelle. I have last names. I apologize. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I am Michelle Poyourow. I'm a transit planner. I'm really grateful that you moved me up on the agenda because I will be going to dinner after this, and so that means I'll make the last seating at the Thai restaurant.
Yes.
You all know when the Thai restaurant stops seating people.
Here in town?
Yeah,
Thai home?
yeah.
Great job.
I'm going home on the bus tomorrow, actually.
Okay. Oh, okay. Great.
But anyway, you saved me from not having any dinner. And I'm delighted to have such a big audience for this presentation. It's really fun.
And the TV.
Okay. So my firm is called Jarrett Walker and Associates. Are we plugged in? Yes. And we are transit planning specialists. That's all we do. We don't do other kinds of transportation, although we care about it. We just really focus on planning transit. And we work all over the world, but we're a very small firm. There are just 9 of us, and our office is in Portland. We've recently done transit plans for Grants Pass and Canby and Wilsonville, and we're currently doing the transit plan for Eugene. We also work for TriMet sometimes. So we cover a lot of range from big city to small town and everything in between. So I've been working with your wonderful Sandy Transit staff on this plan. We have just gotten through the part of the plan where we look at existing conditions. So we just get a snapshot of what are things like now. And we start raising questions about the future. So what I'm going to show you today is just a little bit of existing conditions, and then I'm going to tee up 2 questions about the future. And then I have a question for you, which is, do you want to give us some guidance in a couple months before we go and write the draft plan? So those of you who've been involved in transportation planning or other kinds of planning, you know that sometimes the way it works is you see a big draft plan thump, and it lands on your desk, and you're asked for feedback on it. And we will do that to you in the fall. But there's also an opportunity to ask you for guidance on some of these key questions before we write the draft plan, so that you can have an influence before we start fleshing out all the details. So that's going to be my question for you at the end of this presentation is, would you like me to come back and when? So you can think about that. All right, so Sandy Transit. I'm going to show you 2 maps of the transit system. This is the regional view. So in the upper left-hand corner, we have Gresham. And that red line is the Sandy Gresham Express, the SAM Express that connects Sandy to Gresham. The bus runs every half hour on weekdays and runs on weekends as well. And then that blue line is Mount Hood Express, which is not provided by Sandy, but is part of the regional system. And those red and blue lines make a timed connection right here in Sandy between the metro area and the mountain. And then you see that there's a dotted green line. That is the bus that Sandy Transit runs from here to Estacada. Doesn't run it as frequently as the Gresham Express. Just fewer trips per day and doesn't run 7 days a week. And then close in there are some little yellow lines. Those are the shoppers that run around town. So here is a view of the local system. I've just zoomed in. Now you see the Gresham Express coming in from the northwest. You see the Mount Hood Express coming in from the mountain. And now you see these lines of the shoppers going around town, hitting most of the busiest parts of town. The shoppers run just on weekday afternoons for about 5 hours. So they're an opportunity for people to go to the store, run some errands in the afternoon. So that's spatially the service that exists today. And like I said, not all of it's provided by Sandy Transit, right? Mount Hood Express is provided by Clackamas County. But that's what exists today in space. I want to just now describe a little bit what's happened in time with the ridership on these services. And I'm going to show you graphs of not just total ridership, but ridership relative to cost. In transit, the word we use for that is productivity. You can say, how productive is a service? How many riders does it get relative to cost? So this is going to be a graph of the last 10 years. First, we have the biggest service that moves the most people, the Sandy Gresham Express. So this is the red line. And there was a big drop in productivity and ridership relative to cost between about 2012 and 2014. and you've probably heard about this. A bunch of different things happened all at the same time, only a few of which have anything to do with Sandy. One that did have to do with Sandy is that Sandy Transit instituted a fare, went from free to charging a low fare. And anytime a transit agency takes a free service and puts a fare on it, ridership always goes down. Just that, it's not even necessarily about the dollar amount, but just that barrier of what's the fare, do I have the fare, do I have the right change, does my kid have the right change? That always causes ridership to go down. Canby basically has the same line in their graph. The economy picked up, fewer people enrolled in Mount Hood Community College, so fewer students were riding back and forth. More people were able to afford cars. Interest rates were very, very low, which made it very easy for people to afford cars. All those things happened at the same time. The Estacada Express is in green. You see a similar kind of trend. Ridership relative to cost fell. The blue line is the dial-a-ride and paratransit the Sandy Transit operates. Stays really quite flat in terms of its productivity. And it's fairly productive. It moves about 3 to 4 people per hour of service on the road. And that's pretty productive for a dial-a-ride. But as you can see, nowhere near the possibilities of the express routes in terms of how many people it could move. But still, you know, it goes up and down just a little bit from year to year based on how they manage demand for that service. E&D out-of-town medical service. This is the service where Sandy Transit will take people to medical appointments far from Sandy sometimes. So it's very hard to move very many people because they're going so far, and so that's why it's the least productive. And then the institution of the shoppers. So this is a really good success story, I think, in Sandy. In the last transit plan, Sandy identified we would like some local service that helps people move around within town, and that has been the shopper shuttles. So it was one route, it's been split into 2 routes. It's an hour, you know, they come once an hour and it's just in the afternoons, but it's a really good way also to help people who were depending on the dial-a-ride or the paratransit to run their errands without having to use the dial-a-ride or paratransit, without having to make an advanced reservation. So it's a very good service. I do want to caution you, that line is pointing up, but it's not going to keep going up. Local circulating services like the shuttles, they tend to top out at about 10 passengers an hour. That seems to be about how productive they get. So it's really great, and I expect that line to start to curve and flatten out. So that's what's happened over the last 10 years. You've had really fairly steady productivity on your demand response services, the dial-a-ride, the medical transport, and then you've been part of this bigger story that's happening all over the country where your fixed route services, those expresses, were moving a lot of people, and now they're moving fewer people. That is not unique to Sandy. This is a graph of Sandy's trends in terms of fixed route service productivity, and a whole bunch of other communities that are kind of similar, like Longview and Centralia. And you can see you're right in the middle of the pack, and many agencies experience this kind of up and then down. So there's a big economic trend going on, and it's not, what you see in ridership isn't as much a result of any decision made in Sandy as these bigger economic forces. So I've been talking about ridership, but there's this really important question that is coming up in the transit plan, and that is high ridership actually what you want? People always talk about transit service and report on ridership and ask about ridership almost as though it were the only overriding goal of transit, but it is actually not the only goal of transit. There are other goals for transit that don't arise from ridership, that are delivered regardless of ridership, that Sandy has been continuing to deliver actually over the last 10 years, even as ridership has gone down. So I'm going to explain this trade-off. We call it the ridership coverage trade-off. Maximizing ridership and fare box return requires thinking like a business. But businesses choose which markets to enter based on where their product can succeed. And this is not the same as meeting people's needs or expectations. So whenever you hear that someone use the word need in transit planning, they are not talking about something that will be met by high ridership, right? They're talking about something that's different. It's about a different goal and a different value. Imagine a little town, kind of like your little town, and it's got people and jobs scattered throughout, but mostly on the main roads. So we've got these 2 straight main roads, a bunch of dots on those main roads, and then smaller numbers of people and jobs on the local roads. And if we have 18 buses to serve this town, what should we do? if we were going to maximize ridership, if I were working for a city council in this town and they said, we want you to maximize ridership, maximize fare box return, I would say, okay, I have a network for you, and it looks like that. All 18 of the buses are just on those 2 roads. They're on the straight roads with the most residents and the most apartments and the most businesses that make the fastest trip to other cities. And because I put all our buses on those roads, the buses are coming really frequently, and they come late at night. They're always there when people need them. And so the way I would brag about this network is I say it's going to be really productive. You're going to get high ridership cost. But I'm sure you can all imagine, as civil servants and city officials, that someone will come to your meeting and say, but you're not serving Mrs. Smith. She lives right there, and she has a bad back, and there's no way she's going to walk a quarter mile to the neighborhood. And we got a new call center with a whole bunch of jobs right over there. And we definitely need transit services at that new call center. And so on. There are people with needs and expectations who do not live on those high ridership lines. What about them? So, a city council could tell me to design a completely different kind of network with an opposite goal. They say maximize coverage. Make it so that everyone in our city is close to transit. And I would design a network like that. I would make sure that we are serving everyone, even in expensive to serve places. And what I would do is that I would design lots of routes on every street, which means that every route only has 1 bus on it, which means that the bus is not coming soon. The bus is coming once an hour or once every 2 hours. The bus is not coming on weekends. I've divided our budget over many, many more routes, which means every route doesn't have much service. But the way I brag about this is I say 100% of our population is near some service in case they need it. And that is valuable. That is really valuable to people. So these are both really important goals, but they will actually lead you in opposite directions. If you pursue high ridership, you get low subsidy, you get high fare box return, it supports dense and walkable development, it can reduce VMT, vehicle miles traveled, it can protect your economy from congestion as it grows. But if you maximize coverage, you're providing access for all. You're supporting people wherever they live, even if they live in a low density development, even if they live down the edge of a quiet road. You're supporting everyone with lifeline service. It's also in districted places, it matters for political equity. Every district gets some service. So these are really valuable outcomes, but they lead us away from each other. So if you tell a transit planner to do more of one, you're telling her to do less of the other. So this is a big trade-off, and we're going to raise this in this plan. And when someone answers this trade-off in a certain way and says, I want you to invest more in high ridership, or I want you to invest more in high coverage, that actually tells me as a transit planner what kind of service to design. This is actionable input. I can do something with this in what I put in the transit plan. And I'm happy to tell you more details about that today or on another day. But this is really actionable input. So there's 2 key policy choices, and they both relate to this. The first one is, how much of a limited budget should Sandy Transit be spending pursuing high ridership, as opposed to being there for needs and expectations, being there for everyone no matter where they live? We can talk about this in terms of a budget split. Budgets are great expressions of community values. And then the other, which relates, is what is the right balance between local service and regional service? So Sandy is currently spending some of its budget running local service, help people make short trips within town, and spending some of its budget running regional service, helping people access opportunities outside of town. What's the right split? And this also relates to the ridership goal. If you told me, which I'm not predicting you will, but if you told me maximize ridership, I would have a professional opinion about this second question. I would advise you to run a little more regional service. But it's also kind of a separate question. It has to do with community identity and what kind of partnerships you want to be in with the county and with your neighbors and so on. So it's not totally straightforward. So these are the 2 big policy choices I see being interesting to you. And these are the 2 big policy choices I would be interested in hearing from you about at a future meeting. So here's our timeline. We're doing public outreach, I guess, starting tonight.
Good.
And we're going to have a survey up, I think, this Friday. I, by the way, have a beautiful 50-page report I would love for you all to read. We'll send it to you. And we're going to have a stakeholder committee meeting on April 15th. If you know of anyone who would love to spend a morning, it's a Monday morning, in a workshop with us, there's a training, and then we're going to ask them for input on this. Please let us know. We would love to invite them. That goes for anyone else in the room as well. It's a bit of a time commitment, but it's a really meaningful way to impact the plan. And then in April and May, I'd like to come back for some city council guidance if there's room for it in your calendar. We're going to develop the draft plan over the summer, basically May through August, and then we'll have a draft plan for you and for the public to look at in the fall before we get to a final plan.
The decisions are always so easy. So you basically, kind of the question before us is, do we want you to come back?
Do you want me to come back and ask you these questions?
Yes. You guys think I do?
Before we
Yeah.
write the draft plan?
Yeah.
Early on.
Early.
Yes.
Absolutely. We're proud of our transit system.
I think,
We'd
yeah, I
love
think
to
you're
have you
very
back.
Yeah.
We have an awesome transit director.
That's what we do. Yes, Councilor Hamlin.
So within the 50-page report, does it cover estimations on these answers currently? So current state, or is this something, because I think for me to answer the question, I'd like to understand what we're currently doing.
Sure, yeah. You know, it doesn't, but actually I should add that in. I have the math in my head, and it's a very simple thing to add in. You're spending between 50 and 60% of your budget on what I would describe as high ridership service.
Okay.
And you're spending about 50% of your budget on regional service and 50% on local rate.
Okay. Now, I know we're doing these stakeholder meetings, but are we doing any surveys or anything of our current ridership as to what they're utilizing our transit for? Like the folks going on the express to Gresham, are they going to their jobs? Are
Yeah.
they going to the college?
Yeah, we have really good surveys from the last couple years on both the expresses and the Gresham Express and the Mount Hood Express. In this project, what we're going to do is I would describe it as an origin destination survey. We want to know where your trip started, where it ended, which is really helpful information to have. But we're actually going to talk to people on the buses and ask for their input on questions related to this, on their values, as well as what's important to them about service. You know, would they like to see more night service, more Sunday service, and so on. But we're also going to ask them questions about what their priorities are for the community, understanding that some of them will be from Gresham and not from this community. We'll be able to choose that apart.
Councilor Erickson.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much we need you. Sorry about that, but I think that our current transit manager does a pretty good job of catching all of the different places that we need to be and where we should be. How are you going to determine, if you get a lot of positive feedback from our folks and stakeholders, that we may want to change our mind and do something a little bit differently? Because I know that we have a lot of positive responses, and so how do you reach out and look at the lacks and the needs and such?
Well, certainly listening to stakeholders is a big part of it, in terms of identifying needs that are not being met. But in particular so when we survey people on the buses, we'll have a web survey. Lots of people are going to tell us what they want. But the budget for Sandy Transit is not growing fast, which means we can't do anything about what people want unless they also tell us what they're willing to give up to get it. So we need people to be helping us weigh priorities.
Okay.
And so that's something that I will be bringing to this, is asking people not just what do you want and what do you like, but how important is it to you relative to all the other things the city currently pays for. So the trade-offs I'm describing for you, I'm describing them at a policy level, but for individuals, we'll be describing them at more of a concrete level, like that relates to their experience when they go to ride the bus, or when they think about riding the bus, or just living in this town.
Okay.
So that's something we'll bring, is a focus on trade-offs, but that's how we get actionable input from the people, is we don't just collect their wish lists, we also ask them to help us in that prioritization exercise. The other reason, you don't particularly need me for this, but the other reason I think Sandy Transit is reaching out for help on this project right now is that the funding picture in Oregon has changed, because we now have this source of transit operating funding from the state that we didn't have a couple of years ago. And so I don't think we're anticipating big growth in the budget, but it does mean that there's some new opportunities, and there are new standards, and there are new policy goals being set by the state. And so how can the city best take advantage of those, partner with neighbors, partner with the state to accomplish them? So that's where a little extra professional help also comes in.
Councilor Pietzel.
Yeah, will your report also bring back and study what it means on ridership for grants. And let me explain what I mean by that. Is, you know, we ran a free service for a long time, and in doing so, we have an amazing staff that can write grants, and a lot of that is based off of ridership. When we instituted the $1 fee for some of the grants and things that were going away, we needed to do that. It also lowered the amount of ridership, which then hurt us while writing grants because of our ridership was lower than what it was. And so adding back a free service in town brought that ridership back up. Will your reports and your study take that into effect or consideration, into consideration when making suggestions or ideas?
The short answer is yes. Do you want to add anything?
I would say yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Okay.
he, I mean, he's been on council for a long time, so he's very versed in what he's asking.
Yeah. And,
He hasn't gotten to say that tonight yet.
Yeah. Is it
Just
the
wait, it's not over.
longest serving counselor?
Andy said
Yeah, I've
forever.
heard, yeah, I've heard that one.
They tease me.
Yeah.
I mean, ridership is a big consideration with grants. There are grants that are about need rather than ridership.
Some of the federal ones, the big
Some
dollar
federal-
ones are.
Yeah, there's also some language now in the state, in the authorizing legislation for the state transit funding that specifically refer to ways that people might have more severe needs for transit. So there may be opportunities to get funding that aren't tied to ridership. But I work for actually a number of agencies. I think it's just the zeitgeist of the era. There are a lot of agencies all over the country that are starting to scratch their heads and wonder why they're charging a fare. They're starting to do the math and say, wait, if we stopped charging a fare and we got more ridership, how much of our fares could we make up? So there's some conversation that's starting to bubble up nationally about that. And I think it's people looking at numbers like yours. There's one other thing that Sandy Trans is doing that I think also really adds to potential for grant funding from many sources, which is this partnership with the Mount Hood Express. And that kind of cross-boundary connections, helping people move those longer distances and move from one transit service area to another. The state has been expressing that that's a higher priority. That's more recognized by the state as a valuable thing to do than it used to be. So I think that may also be a new opportunity.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, yes, please come back.
Okay, so I will communicate with Andy and your staff about what's the right meeting to come to and how much time and all that.
And make sure to get the mango coconut rice as a dessert tonight at 12.
Yeah.
Is that an official council decision?
Yeah.
It is.
Informal.
Vote on it.
Okay.
Official
From the
recommendation.
foodie of the group.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jordan, could you have somebody go and get me the public comment? Sorry.
Jordan, this monitor is not working. I can't see anything on it. Do you know if there's an issue?
After I drop the drawer, I think it's not working.
Wiring.
The IT guy can't
So,
get there.
anyway,
I think we're done with the presentation.
okay, if we're done, then that's fine.
Thank you. All right, so this is our time for public involvement and comment. You have 3 minutes to speak, and what I'll do is I'll just go through this sheet in order in which people signed up. First up is Marilyn Lyons. And I'll apologize ahead of time if I pronounce names wrong. Yep.
Yeah, I spoke last.
Yes, hi Marilyn, remember your name and address for the record,
Marilyn
please.
Lyons, 29370 Southeast Church Road in Boring, Oregon. And the first thing I wanted to say is, although I don't live in Sandy, I've lived in the Boring area for almost 25 years. And Boring being a little bit boring, I spend more time in Sandy than I do in Boring, except in my home. So I've spent a lot of money in Sandy, thousands of dollars purchasing things. Spent hundreds of hours in the Sandy pool. My grandsons have swum there for years, and they'll both be going to Sandy High School. So I do have some connection to Sandy, even though I don't live here. The next thing I wanted to ask, and I don't know how much time you have, maybe you're going to bring this up. I wonder, there were lots of ideas last week about how you could preserve the pool and have it stay open. So I'm wondering if you've considered those and if you'll be discussing those tonight.
So we're looking to kind of avoid back and forth tonight, but there will be a presentation
Oh,
from
good.
Tanya
Okay,
on
great.
some of the
Okay,
research
great.
we've done this week.
And then a question that didn't come up last week that I've been wondering about all week is, how much of the infrastructure costs that you're concerned about, the police department and the sewer and water and so on. How much of those are related to development in Sandy? And have developers been contributing to the costs of those infrastructure costs that you're concerned about? Because I would think with more development in Sandy, you would require more police officers and you would require a different sewage system. So I just wondered if that was part of that picture. And then I wonder, I was shocked, and I think a lot of people were, that you were planning on closing the pool the 31st of May. And I'm wondering if you have made decisions about what you're going to do with what the architect described as a gold mine in that school area. So have you already made a decision about that, or is that pending? So those are just things I was wondering about.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah,
we will be discussing those later on.
Great, that's what I was hoping.
Yep, thank you. Next up is Kathleen Walker.
Hi, Kathleen Walker, 15920 Southeast Bluff Road in Sandy. And I submitted my testimony, most of it in writing, so you've already had a chance to look at that. And I know that each of you are very much considering this decision with all the seriousness that it warrants, and that you have the interests and needs of all the city residents definitely in the forefront. And it's a hard decision, and it's a lot of balancing, and so I'll dig right in. I would like to ask the city council to reconsider closing the pool June 1st, or whatever the date is. Community pools are not money makers. They're not tourist draws. Like playgrounds, dog parks, splash pads, walking trails, and police coverage, they are community amenities that help improve Sandy's livability. More profitable pool programs can help raise revenue, but they have to be balanced with open swim times and swim lessons that meet the times of most users' needs, and with use fees that most Sandy residents can afford, especially when the health club fees are beyond their budget. We need, so a community pool should not be looked at as competition to the local athletic club. I was reading in the paper yesterday about some testimony by one of the council members recently testifying that this community pool would be seen as competition to the Mounted Athletic Club, and I don't believe it is. I think that private athletic clubs and community pools can and do thrive together in the same town. There's lots of examples of that. And I'm a member of the club too, although I'm the best kind, the kind that pays for it and then hardly ever goes. So that's another story. But I do understand the council's concern about the proposed utility fee that was the plan of the previous councils to operate the pool. But I would say that, making everybody, either do without or go to the athletic club is a pretty harsh alternative, because they can't afford the health club. So the city has already spent $3.2 million to buy the pool and fix it up and do the master plan for the parcel. A utility fee was supported by a majority of our residents surveyed to implement a $5 a month pool utility fee. I get that the new council maybe doesn't necessarily agree with that, but the consequence of not doing that utility fee that was kind of part of the plan originally was that the pool closes completely. And as they say, elections have consequences, but honestly, I don't think any of you ran on the platform of closing the pool. I don't know that you'd be sitting here if that was your transparent platform that you all talk about. So I know that that's, but here we are. The decision was made, and I guess it's being made again. But things that I want to kind of consider, and I've had a little time to look at the numbers. The pool budget that Tanya prepared is about 7.5% of the general fund budget. Budgets for the city general fund are up at least 8%.
Kathleen, we're now over the 3 minutes.
Okay, and the keeping it open is at 2.6%. So of the general fund. I would like, you know, I'm concerned this pool versus police thing is kind of a misnomer. I think that us providing police service at 30,000 or 50,000 or what it is to have school resource officers up in Welch's is, you know, when a cop costs us $160,000, that I think is not really, you know, good for our residents. I think that needs to be reconsidered, especially in light of the fact that, you know, because of all that, we're having to close the pool. I'm not gonna get into the weeds on all that, but that's something that you all and the budget committee should be considering and looking at that. So with that, I thank you for, I would like to see you consider a temporary use fee in the time to be able to figure out what to do with a parks bond and a parks district. A 2 to 3 year temporary fee would kind of carry us over.
Kathleen,
until it's
thank
voted.
you. We're past time.
Thank you.
And a thank you for your submission. I think all of us here on council has taken the time to read it. It was very well thought out. Thank you. Remember to state your name. Well, I don't know. Are you next?
Yes.
Are you Sue?
I'm Sue.
Sue, welcome. Please remember to state your name and address.
Okay, I'm Sue Riverdale. I live at 42885 Southeast Music Camp Road. I'm a non-resident, but I make residential contributions. I'm the grant writer for the museum. Before that, I was a grant writer for the pool under the Friends of the Pool. And before that, I was in healthcare administration and writing grants. So I know there's a lot of grants out there. Pumping everything into one basket is a little daunting if you put the water treatment and the police and the pool all together. You need to break it down, in my opinion, is so that you can address each area with different results. The water treatment plant has to be at least 5 years out. You cannot use the economic development funds because it's not in the economic development district. Budgets have to be balanced. It's a state law. So there is a contingency fund in each of the departments to be shifted around as you need to do that. I know that's not overall appealing, but it's a possibility. There are lots of grants for the water treatment system. There are lots of grants for the police. They don't normally grant you operating expense, but you can offset that because they do grant equipment and training, CPR, new cop cars, etc. Then the pool, a lot of people have left the pool that need to be recruited back. The pool used to have, the whole place was packed at 7 a.m. in the morning. There are only 3 swimmers now, lap swimmers. And we have a list of all the friends of the pool that could be contacted to come back to the pool. I was at the pool today and a bus drove up and about 10 people got out that were new to the pool, and they were from the Sandy Senior Center. So I don't think we've done a good enough job of outreaching. There are people that come from Estacada, Boring, Happy Camp. One lady swimmer is from Orient, and Welch's is an untapped potential. So I would like to have us look at more outreach. Also, if we take the $9 million left from the economic development monies and apply that to the first phase of the pool, then there shouldn't be any maintenance concerns after an investment like that. There will be problems trying to go forward and funding the rest of the phase 2 and phase 3, but that's at a later date. Then, last I want to say is the utility bill is only $3 to $5 or $3 to $7. That needs to be implemented. Waiting for the water treatment system in 5 years to bump it up to $70 is just something we have to face later. In addition, I do believe, and I've talked to Tanya about this, that staffing needs to be reduced at the pool. It is not a requirement to have 2 lifeguards the Red Cross has guidelines and recommends to lifeguards, but it's not a requirement. And if you look back over the incidences and the history of the Sandy Pool, you need to analyze just what were those problems and what were the resources to take care of that. There's always able-bodied people at the Sandy Pool to help move the victim around or help with CPR. So I need thinking about that, because just last week, there were 10 people swimming, and there were 2 lifeguards, 1 desk person, and 1 office person. And sometimes there are 2 office people. I don't know if it's relief or lunch or whatever. So those were the thoughts I had.
Thank you.
And I'd be glad to help write grants if you need it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was Sue, correct? Next, Dottie.
I gave my time to Sue.
Oh, you did? Okay. Thank you, Dottie. Good to see
I
you.
have a question.
Come
Why
on.
are you not letting the swim team people in?
Well, we're at capacity here for this room, and we have television closed circuit, and this is a time for public comment. Amelia. Welcome. Remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
I'm Amelia Bishop. I live at 38468 Cascadia Village Drive in Sandy. Could talk forever. I grew up in the pool and whatnot, but I try to stick to what I prepared. First I want to say, I appreciate all the things you all do, but I'm really disappointed in the way that the whole pool closure came about. It was kind of secretive and nobody said anything, and then there was no public statement until it had already been all over. The other thing was in the statement that the mayor put out, his public statement on Facebook, pitting us against the public safety provided by our police services against people doing rec swim. I don't think that's accurate. A pool is more than just a place to go splash about. A pool is a place to teach people to swim. It's a place that is safe without a current that's too cold for people, drowning. We have so many bodies of water in this area. It is cold. Our rivers are it's runoff from the mountain. So it's cold all summer long. It never really warms up. And our currents are very swift and dangerous. So that's also public safety. If we're not providing a safe place for them to swim and learn water safety, that too, do we really want to wonder if the next drowning out in the river in our community was something we could have prevented? I feel like that I have seen that we are $500,000 short in the budget. And so I understand looking for a way to balance that out. But I feel like the right thing to do with this issue, rather than only discussing it amongst yourself and not bringing in the community, would have been to come to the community and say, look, we have this issue, we're $500,000 short, we have to find a solution, we have to do something, and let us be a part of that. Instead of closing the pool and then coming to us after the fact and saying, we're doing this, we're not giving you the opportunity to help make a difference. I've heard also that Mountain Athletic Club is willing to take on the patronage that we have previously had at the Sandy Pool. While that's great of them to do that, I don't know, I of course have not heard how they intend to do that, but as someone who has also worked there and patroned there, what they could provide to our city would not be the same as what the pool can provide. Last year, the programming that we ran was not as big as it could have been. Part of that is because of the plan, the thing we were told, we were going to be closing again in June to revamp and then be bigger. We would have had more programming and things like that. You can't start a swim team or make things too big and then say, okay, we're done now, you gotta figure out another place. So we were trying to be, so provide the services without making such a huge impact when we're like, sorry, gotta figure it out.
We're past the 3 minutes. You can finish a thought though if you would like.
Also, I was in the, just real quick, the transparency that's been put out to such a huge piece of the community that aren't, don't have the time to come in or haven't seen in the post or the various things is only pieces of the transparency. They haven't been told all the pieces, just the right pieces to sway them in the direction of. They've been told the only way to keep the pool is by raising taxes. They've been told it has to be public safety or the pool. And these things aren't all the way accurate. So I hope that we'll be given some opportunity.
Thank you. Donna? All right. Hi, welcome. Remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I'm Donna Ryan. My address is 38526 Hood Street. And I am the program coordinator at Mount Hood Community College Aquatic Center. So I'm coming at this from a aquatic professional standpoint. I have been a competitive swimmer since 1972. I used to race at the Sandy Pool when they were the Blue Marlins. And so I have fond memories of doing invitational meets there. And then we head to Dairy Queen for our treat at the end of the meet. I am a resident of this town, and I have been for almost 13 years now. I have been a professional in aquatics for 30 years, both in this area and in the Boston metro area, where I went to college. I would like to address, as an aquatics professional, appropriate staffing. I don't want that to be something that's out there as misinformation. There is such a thing as appropriate staffing and being in compliance with Oregon Health Code. And having 2 lifeguards on duty at all times is reasonable. You have emergency action plans that must be implemented. If your mom or your daughter or your son had a cardiac event, you want 2 people who know CPR and how to apply the AED. And you want that office person calling 911. So, coming from, I worked with Tanya at the college. She comes from an extensive aquatics background. We are rooted in safety. We're rooted in prevention. And that's appropriate. Safety has to be number 1. We do share staff between our facilities in order to help the staffing shortage that is occurring at facilities nationwide. We do share staff with Reynolds, with Barlow, and here in Sandy, because we're all struggling to staff appropriately at this point. Our program alone during the school year requires 60 part-timers, and that's a mix of swim lesson instructors, water aerobics instructors, and lifeguards. By the time we hit our summer program, we're up to 80 or 90 part-timers, just to appropriately staff. And it's becoming more and more of a challenge over the years to find the people who are willing and have the good swimming skills to get certified as lifeguards and swim lesson instructors. It costs money to get certified. It does. So that is a challenge. So we've been working together. We're stronger together. We are not strong by losing area pools. We are not in competition with each other. We offer our own programs. We serve our local community. And my concern would be the idea that we can farm our residents out to either the athletic club, which does not have the appropriate facilities for running a large aquatic program, or even to our facility, which is the largest competition facility in the entire state and one of the biggest on the West Coast. We can't handle bringing in all of the swim lesson participants into our own program, we would have capacity for maybe 50 to 75 additional swim lesson spots this summer. And we're trying to accommodate possibly Sandy and definitely Barlow's closure for the summer.
We're past 3 minutes,
Okay.
please, so provide a closing thought.
I will wrap up then, thank you. My concern would be mostly the loss to the community, creating a hardship of sending them 10 miles down the highway to find another pool to swim at. We're shoving people out to the rivers without appropriate water safety education that would be provided in a good swim lesson program. And I would ask that the council reconsider.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next up, Grant Hayball. Please remember to state your name and address for the record. Welcome.
Grant Hayball, 17714 Laundry Drive, Sandy, Oregon. So a pleasure to be able to be here. I just want to put out a different perspective about access and programs. And so I'm someone that's benefited from this scenario. And so as a kid growing up in Sandy, swimming for the Blue Marlin Aquatic Center, and then being able to represent my high school at a variety of different things, and then coming from a long string of people that earned scholarships to swim in college and represent my city and my community. It's sad to be able to stand here as a community member and to be thinking about aquatics going away. And so what I think about is programs, and so what that takes to build programs. And so through the shuffle from the school district to the city, as a lot of people have stated, programs have dissolved. And so the community wonders, well, will we have a pool? Is it worth the time? Is it worth the effort to put programs in place? And so at this stage, we won't know. And so, from my experience, I was a general manager for a brand new aquatic center in Madras that passed a bond, and so I had the opportunity to work with the community and work with aquatics around the area to get that thing going strong as an aquatic district and a park and rec district. And so, as a community member, what other people have pointed out is there are resources in this community that have not been tapped into to support the efforts, to support the cost of what an aquatic center and a park rec district would require. And so, when a community like Sandy, when it was much smaller in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, are producing water polo players and swimmers that are getting $50,000 to $100,000 in college tuition paid for, I think that that's an important resource to save, and so something to truly consider. I stand here as a high school principal, and I've benefited greatly from the aquatic center, from the men and women that have supported me my whole life, including as an adult, that are in this room and in this community still. And so I would not be the person I am today without that aquatic center and the good people of this community. And so for something like that to disappear, even if it's for 18 months, it's devastating to my 3 children who will not have that access and that opportunity that I received and most of these people in this community received. So I urge you to reconsider, tap into the community. There's lots of different ways to raise money and support aquatics. I understand that the budget is tight. I understand that police are important. But at the same time, because of our geographical layout, it's truly important to support aquatics and to figure out a way to make this work. Thank you very much.
And then our final public comment for this evening will be from Sean McKechnie. Welcome. Remember to state your name and address for the record, please.
No problem. Sean McKechnie, 39295 Scenic Street. One house up in the top right there. So rather concerned about everything that's going on.
Oh, Sally, I'll come back to you. I apologize. I missed your name. Yeah, sorry, Sean.
Yeah, no problem. I'm also, according to this paper, the only person who currently rents at the Sandy Pool. Apparently our bill's already been $3,300 and will soon be almost $6,000, so slightly concerning. But we run youth water polo 2 hours a week right now at the pool. My wife was supposed to speak tonight, but our babysitter fell through, so. I guess the thing that I wanted to kind of restate, I think that Emmy touched on, is how disappointed I am with the process of this. When I moved back into Sandy about 9 years ago, I was really pleased to find all the things that were going right with the city, like Sandy now moving in. When I heard about this park, I was really excited, obviously living right next to it. But from my understanding, from just talking to people on the street who are now coming up to me and talking, this was decided a long time ago, right when all of you guys were elected. And how this was disseminated to the public, I think was a bit underhanded. It's my understanding that at your guys' retreat in January, this was decided, and there's been no process for the public. A whole bunch of people have said how they're willing to help out, grant writers, Grant Hayball, who helped with the Madras pool, but no one's been reached out to. And after last week's meeting, when a lot of you seemed really emotional about this, nobody did anything in the last week. A lot of us have done a lot trying to put together like what we can do to help out. And there's been nothing. No social media, no reaching out to the community. And it's been going around town, and I just kind of wanted a straight answer, that this is going to get sold to a private company and private individuals, and then we're going to put a strip mall on it. Right? This is not why I live in Sandy. And I want to know that you're not going to sell this place. That you specifically are not going to sell that place and put a strip mall on it. And that hasn't been the plan from the very beginning.
That is not, that is 110% not accurate.
No, that person was gonna be here.
That's fine, but it's not accurate. It's not true.
Yeah, so when we started this whole process, and we're talking about budget and getting rid of this, and I think that you guys got it for a steal for $3 million. But when you look at this whole thing and what people are saying out in town, that this is all being set up to fail, that we're trying to close the pool, that all of this here is just to show that it still costs money to keep water in it, because it does, a good amount of money, and that that's going to be used to close it indefinitely, bulldoze the whole thing and put up some kind of shopping thing, I find really gross. Right? This is not why I live here. I don't think this is why anybody lives here. Right? This is a special place. I know I'm getting close to my 3 minutes. I really do appreciate your time. I know that you're all volunteers and this is a hard decision. But some transparency and some reaching out to the community sooner would have been nice. This week to get all of our stuff organized has been impossible. And that's why this whole place isn't full, because no one believes that you're going to do anything. We've all lost faith in the school district after last building a new high school and then using the middle school. And I know that it's two different organizations, but everybody walking around doesn't know that. They think it's all the same thing, right? We're disappointed right now. And all of you guys listening to all these comments, it doesn't seem like there is any path forward, right? And I just find that really disheartening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, Sally. Welcome. Just a reminder, please state your name and address for the record.
Sally Hayball, 36723 Southeast Council Road. I'm passing out a letter from, I promised Teresa Anderson, Teresa Kylander Anderson, who we watched grow up as a swimmer here in Sandy. And she can't be here tonight because she's actually teaching the children at the pool currently. So she, in her letter, she has some real good things. She talks about how important the pool was in her life, what confidence it gave her, and then she talks about how it does provide jobs and gives our teenagers some of their first opportunities for employment, and then the health benefits for the community members that we would be missing if we didn't have the pool. So just so many good things that happen at that pool. What a hole it would be in our community if we didn't have a pool. But moving on from that, I wanted to tell you that we have been friends with the director at the Aquatic Center in Lebanon, Oregon.
Their pool was built the exact same year that the Sandy pool was built. And in the year 2011, they did a remodel of their pool because it was having, you know, the exact kind of construction problems that we have here with our pool. And in doing so, they were able to get a grant for $150,000 from the Oregon Energy Trust. They got another large amount of money, I have the article, and it was about $200,000 in a very low-cost loan that was from Oregon Conservative Energy. Anyway, I just wonder, have we looked into those kinds of things? Are there's got to be programs around our state and our community that would help us fund a pool and would not leave our community just basically high and dry without a pool. And so my concern is that have we done the research? Have we looked around? Truly, we have volunteer grant writers. That would be an amazing thing. We could find a way. And after this energy conservation took place at the Lebanon pool, they write another article about how many $1,000s they save per year in the actual maintenance of this pool. So we have to spend money to save some money, but hopefully we can do that.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you for the public comment. I mean, just a couple just quick comments I just wanted to remark on. One was to respond to, you know, looking for sale for a, you know, some kind of private development, you know, strip mall. Honestly, that was the first I'd even heard of such a rumor or conversation. That is not at all. In fact, later in this agenda is where we start talking about not just the aquatic center and develop some kind of levy or a district to give guidance to staff, but we're talking about every part of that campus. And so just to, you know, just respond to that right away. That is not. Well, I mean, I can't speak for all of council, but in this regard, I think I somewhat can. Is that's not why we've endeavored onto this. The last thing I think any of us want adjacent to our downtown core of our community is another strip mall kind of deal. I mean, nobody. Nobody runs to be mayor of your hometown to close down the public swimming pool, replace it with a strip mall. I mean, if they'd have, it's not me. And then just in addition, just to the athletic club and the competition, you know, I do feel I was a little bit kind of taken out of context in that story that ran during the campaign. Just to be clear, the swimming pool was here long before the athletic club. So if anything, the athletic club came in and started competing against the swimming pool. What my comments were geared towards that evening was the addition of a multi-generational athletic fitness facility that would be taking place adjacent to the swimming pool that would directly compete against the fitness membership club. As many of you addressed, the lessons and stuff that and the aquatic programs within Mount Hood Athletic Club is not really in any sort of apples to apples direct competition with the swimming pool. So I just wanted to kind of address, you know, those two things. So I think let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll jump in and tackle the rest of the agenda, specifically the Sandy Community Campus. So let's reconvene at 8:06. Any discussion on the consent agenda? I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
I'll second.
I'll choose. A motion that we adopt the consent agenda from Councilor Hamlin, a second from Councilor Lee. She beat me to it. All those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. All right, new business, Sandy Community Campus discussion. Can maybe somebody...
Yeah,
Hit the gavel.
Door closed. Andy, yeah.
Well,
We need to keep it open.
Yeah, we gotta keep it open.
Okay, all right.
Just let them know.
Andy, can you let them know we're trying to...
Well, we can't.
we can't.
Can't close the door.
Can't close the
just one
door, I think, yeah.
There you go.
Just one side.
One door.
Inside, all right.
Oh, thank you.
Give them a little look.
All right, Sandy Community Campus. So a lot of our discussion here tonight is going to be about the future of the community campus and trying to put a path forward for an aquatic center and all those kinds of great things. There were some questions that came up after we met last week that staff conducted a little bit of research and a report on. So we're going to allow Tanya to kind of jump into that, and then Jordan's going to provide us. We're going to move on to talking about what the future of the project looks. Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you very much, Council. Appreciate your time. After the first meeting this last week, there was definitely some questions that came about. I prepared this memorandum for all of you to review. I'll just kind of go through it and feel free to ask questions along the way. So one of the key questions was closing the pool with the intent to reopen it in the future. What would that cost? So this is approximately $116,000 per year. That would include utilities, the water maintained at a low temperature, chemicals just at a lower level, as well as some staffing costs to continue to maintain the pool, reduced amount of hours, of course, and so forth. Maximizing programming would require the general fund to contribute $338,000. It's an estimated cost. I will get into this a little bit down the line here about programming and so forth. So I'm just going to continue going forward. Since opening last summer through February, the pool has admitted 16,000 people per our attendance records, and that's about 37% of non-residents. I believe that Tyler had given you previously another report, an updated report on our attendance and who has been visiting the aquatic center. As Sean alluded to earlier, the Empire Water Polo Team is the only current contract that we have at this time, who is paying our rental fees that we did pass through council back in, I think, the summertime last year. They approximately are bringing in about $3,300 at this time through February, and then anticipate going to the end of May. They did hold one water polo tournament as well, and if going forward, it could continue to have more water polo tournaments. So the lower part just talks about operating budgets. The cost does not include any contingency for any major repairs or replacement of equipment. We currently have several items on the docket that need to be repaired. We're kind of limping them along until the end of May. So there's a good amount of investment that we would need to make just to keep the chemtrol controller going, and also our CO2 feeder is broken.
So,
yes.
Do you want questions along the way or at the end?
If it has to do with that part, sure.
Yeah, so I mean, so just quickly, you mentioned there's, so what are we looking at as far as maintenance, right? And we don't have to get real into the details, I guess, but what is the feasibility of the aquatic center? How long do we think we could limp along with the aquatic center?
You know, I can't answer that, obviously, to the best of my ability. It would be that there are some things that have been repaired along the way from the school district, but they're failing. For instance, like I just said, the chemtrol feeder, which controls the chemicals that go into the pool. So we are hand feeding chemicals right now, and that's very time consuming and isn't the best efficiency. And then our CO2 feeder, which helps keep our pH down, that is also failing. So we've had people come in and analyze that. Air gases come and analyze that. So, you know, I've been balancing whether I want to spend the money, knowing what's going on. So There are things that constantly just kind of, you don't really know. I mean, it's built in 1966, the boiler is 1966. There are many things that just could fail that, you know, but there are things that we can replace. When we got the pool, we did repair and put in a brand new chlorine pump. And so, you know, they're minimal so far. But if the circulation pump goes out, you know, that could be 25 grand, depending on the, you know, just depends.
So just real quick follow-up, then I'll. So, I mean, so for some of these more immediate items, I mean, what is the cost parameters, you think?
So for instance, I got 2 quotes from Pure Water Aquatics, and these 2 things that I just mentioned, the CO2 feeder and the chemtrol, are about $5,000, $6,000.
Each, I mean, altogether?
Total for both of them.
Okay.
And then that's just the part,
Yeah.
so installation.
And what are we just scared to death it's going to go out? I mean, what is that
The
one?
pump.
Huh?
The pump.
Yeah.
That was it. What that was in that price?
No.
That's
The pool- the
25,000.
large
25,000.
circulation pump could be, it depends again, on the pump. Or our heater, the boiler.
I think just a point to make with maintenance too that's related is with new systems and new HVAC, with new pumps, with new feeders, they're a lot more energy efficient too, so that operating cost can come down when the thing is coming along at a lot more efficient clip.
Councilor Peetzold had a question, then Councilor Exner.
Oh, did John?
Oh, I asked it.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask is, a couple years ago, the pool was shut down for the summer, and kids had to go down to the Mountain Athletic Club there because there was a part that had failed at the pool, and the school district it took a while to get that part in there, and I remember it being quite expensive. Remember which part that was?
I wasn't here during that
you weren't.
time, so I do not know exactly which.
Okay.
Based on what I see there, I don't know what it would be because, you know, what I've seen, they're pretty.
It was about 4 years
older.
ago.
Yeah, but not for a long duration, really.
Councilor Exner?
Yeah, Tanya, a lot of the numbers you're putting out there sound like
Yes.
maybe a few $100,000, I'll call it $500,000 or so, 500,000. As I understand it from urban renewal dollars, that's a pretty easy number to cover. What is maybe the total number? I know I heard $10 million last week about what it would take to just make phase 1, which is pretty much the pool, up to and running. Is it going to take $10 million to take that pool and put it so we can expect it to run efficiently, well, all the time, no sweat?
Honestly, the next phase was really to look at the design concept on what we want to do for the pool. So a lot of variables will determine the price. For instance, are you putting in a sand filter or a DE filter? What kind of gutter system are you going to put in? Those kinds of things. So it's really hard to project. I mean, I think they gave you an estimate, but really until we have that design concept phase, we won't know.
Okay.
I would add, just the part of this is, you know, reaching that tipping point where you start to pour money into a project, and while you're doing that work, and while you're having someone do the design for the, you know, internal systems, is that the opportunity to start looking at, you know, where you're going into the future. And so initially that phase 1 included those, you know, major, you know, equipment repairs, but also, you know, taking time to do the roof and the siding and envelope of the pool. And if you're going to do that, if you're doing a new roof, if you're doing a new envelope, well, maybe that's when you start, you know, bringing in things in that first phase where you know you're going to head towards the future. And so there was, you know, improvements to the locker rooms and the lobby spaces, and starting to build towards that second phase and third phase where you're building out that recreation center. So that 10 million is sort of that stretch to not just the current aquatic center, but building off of that towards the future. I think if you're just looking at the pumps and HVAC and, you know, some of those essential systems, that number starts to come down, you know, in the millions magnitude. So I think 3 to 5 or something like that.
3 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to use big ranges here, just given the construction costs and the industry right now.
Councilor Lee?
Yes, I was wondering what we have left in the urban renewal fund that could go towards the capital portions of that project.
So we're, correct me if I'm wrong, Tyler, we're sitting on $3 million in our fund balance, which was left over from the bond that was issued a couple years ago for the purchase of the Cedar Ridge property and also for fire purposes, so the district new station and equipment. And we do have additional capacity to issue more bonds, which is probably one of the pieces of information that you'll want and we can talk about later in this meeting.
Great, thank you. Okay, so to continue on a little bit about net costs, I also wanted to mention about the wading pool that is currently there, the smaller kid pool, so forth. You know that, first of all, it's on the same system as the large pool. So it tends to be colder for our kids. It's very shallow, so there's not a lot of program options that we can do in there. Right now we do our preschool 1 class, and then we're open for water polo, or we can do open rec swim in there. But really, if we were going to do upgrades, you'd want to change that pool overall so that you could add some more programming mix. So that is a limitation that we're experiencing right now, is being able to do any kind of programming in that pool. On the next page, I kind of talk a little bit about the existing conditions and why our current offerings were what they were. For instance, one of the things that our revenue is down is we did honor the Mavericks and what they had sold. The Mavericks worked for the school district, and they were the operator of the pool, and they had sold passes. Seasonal passes, I think, or monthly passes, punch passes. We honored all of those in that first summer. So our revenue, you know, where we would have sold more passes to bring in people, that was actually low because of those honors. Current program offerings obviously balance the needs of the community. Now, the summer, if you look at the summer schedule, and I think I attached that later in our memo, our summer schedule was pretty robust. I mean, we had open rec every day from 1:30 to 4. We had open recs in the evenings on Monday and Wednesdays. We had master swim programs. We had learn to swim program. We had swimming lessons every morning. We had shallow water exercise classes. We had private swimming lessons. You know, given we did only open on the weekends for birthday parties, but that was communication that I made with the previous director with Mavericks. They had tried to open rec on the weekends, and their attendance was very low. So when you talk about staffing and you have the given amount of staff you need for a full open rec, you base it on safety of the pool, not on the attendance. If all of a sudden 3 kids come walking in the door and that's all you have, well then maybe you'll send some people home. But it just didn't make sense to offer that if it hadn't been offered before. And so that's kind of where our test was. But the summer was pretty full and robust. You go into the fall and the spring, or especially the fall, summer's over, most kids get into the routine of school, so they start doing their fall soccer and all their fall sports, so your usage goes down. And once again, we were balancing with the expenditures of having staff there and figuring out what programs would actually go. The other thing that mentioned was that the conditions, including the temperatures of the baby pool, I mentioned that high school sports then occupied the pool from between 3 and 5 every day, starting in the mid-November. So from November to middle of February, that 3 to 5 time was not available for programming options. We could have maybe done an after-school open rec, for instance. Something like that, get kids off the bus and they could come in and do open rec, but we were not able to do that. Swim teams were not interested in startup. That's happened to the Mavericks. When the city took over the pool, the Mavericks cut their swim team. And they didn't even want to stay in Sandy, and so all of those kids that were swimming on Mavericks now had to go to Centennial High School. There was no purpose for me to reach out to the other swim teams, get them established, and then we shut them down. That was not fair to the community. Lap swim in the evening has been very low. So again, we're balancing the costs for payroll. Water exercise, early mornings and evening has also been low. I know that that was a challenge for some of the residents and non-residents. The pricing structure that the Mavericks had was very low. It wasn't recovering much of their costs. They were charging between $2 and $3, and we raised it to, I believe, $4 and $5. So that seemed like a significant amount for people that were non-residents, but it again was to offset the cost of our payroll. In addition to that, they charged the same amount for water exercise instructors versus lifeguards. And so the water exercises classes now had certified instructors teaching the courses. So I had to charge a little bit more for that. And then the staffing levels are based on safety. You know, you look at a pool, and I appreciate Donna's feedback, because yes, an emergency action plan is you need at least 2 people that have CPR and first aid, and you want to have somebody at the front desk who's calling 911 and so forth. The standards are high, but you know the alternative is much higher.
Question on that.
Yes.
So when I played water polo in high school,
Yeah.
I don't remember having lifeguards standing around for that.
Yeah.
So how do we currently operate that during the high school sports? Do we insist on having lifeguards, or are
so, when we did our fees, we approved the fees based on having lifeguards there. So during Empire Water Polo, we have lifeguards. I wasn't fully involved in the negotiations for the contract with the high school, but what happened was that basically the high school did exclusive use, meaning we spoke to David Dufman, our attorney, and they were able to then have a key to the facility, operate as they would like, and we had no staff there.
And that's for both swim and water polo?
Correct.
Okay.
Somewhat concerning just on my note because of safety, about the fact that we just invested a large amount of money into an asset, and I wanted to make sure it was taken care of, but that was out of my hands, so that's what we currently did.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah.
You might have said this, I didn't pick up on it, but our attorney said that it was...
My understanding,
okay.
Do you recall? My understanding was that the attorney said it was fine as long as we signed an exclusive use contract, which we had, and they had the insurance liability on there.
Okay.
Okay. Additional programming, there is the potential for additional revenue. I mean, I could expand our program offerings to include swimming lessons, for instance, on Saturday mornings all through the fall and through the winter. I could offer additional open recs on the weekends. I could add private swimming lessons additionally in the summer. I did an estimated potential revenue on that, but as you can see, the cost is still considerable, and so the gain would be about $10,000. Again, I'm going to also mention staffing has been an issue. We do not have enough staff. I taught swimming lessons this summer because I wanted the program to be successful, and I was building a program. Carol Cohen taught swimming lessons. I was lifeguarding because we did not have enough staff to staff our current programming level. Okay, and again, that was for safety aspects, but it was not extreme. We had some people working 40 hours a week, high school kids, and they were working a lot of hours. I have been trying to work with Donna to have lifeguard training classes, to build the programs, to work together to try to bring in staff, but we just can't. It's a shortage all across the region.
So there is a shortage across the region.
Yeah.
I hear that too, and it's
Yeah.
not just swimming, aquatic industry. It's
Right.
everywhere, right? That said, though, it's funny. It was kind of off the cuff earlier this week. I had someone mention that their daughter was talking about training to be a lifeguard.
Right.
But she said, "Hey, are we really going to do this expense if the pool's going to close down anyways?"
Right.
So how much do you believe that was a factor in, just because it was reported in the paper, right? If we go to the next phase, I mean, there was always, the interesting side fact of all of this is that there was always going to be a shutdown of the aquatic center. That's been reported several times. I mean, besides all of that, how much do you think that has affected the hiring of lifeguards into your labor shortage?
Well, back last summer, that wouldn't have been the case. So, you know, that was still a shortage. We were still trying to find guards all through summer and through the fall. Now, yes, the communication had been that we would probably close off after a year. We had communicated that to the part-time staff that we hired because they were hired as a temporary part-time. So they knew they were only going to be employed pretty much for a year. However, we had we have water polo players and swimmers that wanted to take the lifeguard class, but it is a $200, $50 investment, and they wanted to work in Sandy. So whether or not they wanted to invest in that, I think they waited to find out what was going to happen, and then they were going to make that decision.
Sure.
Okay.
Also, I would just mention a little bit more about private rentals. I already had mentioned about the swim team. You know, there is Mount Hood Aquatics. They were here last week, and they are interested in renting the pool. Again, balancing the needs of the community, though. You open yourself to a swim team and bring them in, then is that going to push some of our regular programming out? Overall, it's lower cost, doesn't cost a lot of money, but we get more revenue and create, you know, some savings on our operational costs by doing that. We also look at partnerships. I mean, for instance, this week we're teaching preschool swimming lessons with Little Cubs Preschool. So we do have some partnerships with some of the local preschools, and we could expand on that. Additional offerings, we could do scuba classes, we could do lifeguard training certifications, we could bring in synchronized swimming, we could bring in kayak rolling. I've done that before in Steamboat Springs I lived in, we did kayak rolling. There's log rolling as a trend that's happening nowadays. There's more water exercise classes, we could be doing aqua boot camps, Pilates, aqua yoga. There's many opportunities that we could be doing. Again, balancing whether or not we're going to expend more money to have the expense, start programs, and then shut it down, those kinds of things. Go ahead, sorry.
A couple questions. We'll go Counselor Smaller, then Peetzel.
And then I'm assuming what would be the increase of your staffing that you would need then to?
Same thing.
Same thing,
exactly.
right? It'd be same, right? So
still trying to figure out if I can do
Sure.
that programming because of the lack of staff.
Yeah.
Counselor Peetzel.
All those extra programming things there are cool and great. What I saw though in your calendar of what was being offered didn't look like there was any window slots to stick those other programming needs unless we put in an additional pool to have those in a different pool.
Yeah.
I just didn't see where we could make space to do those things. So how would those additional programming things fit into the schedule?
So as you go, if we move forward with renovation to the pool, one of the recommendations would to change out that kiddie pool area, and you could do different things like make it deeper, warmer, and you could offer things that wouldn't compete with these things. These were just some ideas where, of course, you have to balance them. But you could do rehab, you could do aquatic therapy, you could be doing adaptive aquatics, you could be doing preschool lessons, you could be doing arthritis classes, all in a warmer therapy pool, which would not compete with the lap pool and open rack and swimming lessons.
So follow-up question was, those were programs after it was done, not today?
Some of these we could be doing. I mean, we could figure out how to do a scuba class on a Sunday afternoon if we're not doing open rec, or a Sunday morning. We could figure out how to do a lifeguard training class working around all the other things that we do. So there are some things that we could do. It's just balancing.
And it takes away from open rec, which we hear, right? Counselor Schultz.
Yeah, I'm curious about all these programming opportunities that are possible. Is this something that you've heard people are interested in?
Some of them I have heard, some of them I did at Mount Hood, so I think we could bring in that interest. We won't know until we involve the community and we reach out and bring up these ideas.
Councilor Hamlin?
So a couple questions. You'd mentioned a couple areas in regards to honoring memberships for Mavericks, plus the free usage for the school district. I'm curious if we've estimated out the loss for both of those. And then additionally, I lost the other half of my question, so it'll come back after you answer that first one.
The school district, I mean, we could estimate the amount that it would be for the rental at the current pricing levels that we have right now. I don't have that in front of me. I did do that estimation, but I can provide that with you. Is it in the report on the next page? Oh, it's on the last page. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, we did do that. So under the school district use on the last page, approximately 11,000. That was based on if they were practicing every day, you know, from 3 to 5 days a week for their season. There are a couple times that they host swim meets or water polo games that would extend that. So I kind of went on the more conservative side.
And Jordan, what is their willingness to do that?
Unknown at this time. I've had some initial conversations, but I know they're looking at other options as well. So.
And that's for both sports, both water polo and swim team.
I mean, they're also weighing too whether how long is the pool going to be closed, and they're going to need to find a facility.
Councilor Hamlin.
I got my second half.
Yeah,
my memory came
what was
back.
the first half
So
of the first
Maverick
question?
for honoring
Okay.
the passes for Maverick, but
Yes.
the other part of my question is related to. I saw a lot of heads nodding when there were talks of grants from some of the public comment today. And just looking at, I mean, I'm never going to be under an impression that pool's going to generate a huge amount of revenue, nor should it.
Right.
And so I think there is some public service component to that. But what exploration have we done around grant funds to work towards this? And obviously, I mean, for a lot of us sitting up here, like this has been the plan to move forward to. So we haven't really looked at too much of a strategy on maintaining, because we had not seen that as a stopgap right now. So I'm just curious as it relates to buying a little bit more time as we're able to map out a longer term plan.
So two things. One, U.S. Swimming Foundation has a grant called the Make a Splash Foundation, where they provide, and I know Mount Hood has done that, and where they provide grant money for swimming lessons. So that is a possibility. I will also tell you that I have been working with Energy Trust for about 6 months. And they have come, they've had structural engineers, they've had all the engineers come and take a tour of the facility, the entire facility, including Cedar Ridge. They feel that there are many benefits that we could get, and we could get grant money. But, you know, again, they're not going to do anything until we're a little bit farther along. They spoke directly with Water Technologies. Ryan, who worked on the plan with OPSIS, who's the aquatics person. And they were starting to get the conceptual design to involve those energy upgrades that would help us. So we have reached out.
So kind of a side on that, which will help lead our discussion afterwards, I think. Is I was talking to someone who's kind of tied into U.S. Swim, and you know we're by far not the only municipality to be having discussions like this surrounding older aquatic facilities.
Yeah.
And in effort for that, they have a vested interest in aquatics for obvious reasons. And when it came up about you know the report, 10 million from OPSIS and all this, the guy kind of goes, I bet you that was a parks consultant that told you that. Oh yeah, sure. And kind of followed up with, there's a whole program within U.S. Swim that come out and kind of do these on-site analysis of aquatic centers and recommend, should you upgrade your current aquatic center versus turning around and bulldozing it over and creating a new one. And if you do create a new one, how do you build it, right? So, I mean, is that a direction that's a feasible one that we should consider kind of long term? Because I worry that we've had a presentation last week. Something that is overall a $70 million project, not very realistic for this community, especially in the wake of the new high school. So on that, is there some maybe pivot room where we engage with U.S. Swim and have them kind of do an audit of the current facility and engage in a conversation with us about a future for an aquatic center?
Well, part of that facility, the campus from OPSIS was a facility assessment. And they had the structural engineers and so forth. It wasn't OPSIS, it was professionals in pools that looked at the pools, and they made the assessment that at that time that the pool shell itself was good, and it was the system surrounding it Also, the feedback we got from the community and the stakeholders meetings were that they like the configuration of the pool. Because we've got 25 yards by 25 meters, which is really unique, and you can have a lot of different programming aspects for that. So they mentioned that also when Energy Trust was here and Water Technologies, and the school district did an assessment for, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but about 5 years ago when all this went around, that they looked at that and found that it was better to upgrade the current pool than to build a new pool.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Lee, and the next turn.
Oh, yes, I was wondering if you had looked at Parks and Recreation, because 7.5% of all the lottery dollars go to Park and Recreation, and they have a current grant opportunity, and their grants are fairly large. I don't know how they deal with pools, but if you haven't looked at it, it would be a good thing to address.
Specifically NRPA maybe, National Parks and Recreation Association, is that?
No, it's Oregon lottery dollars given to Oregon State Parks.
Okay. Honestly, we haven't gone that far because we haven't got a clear understanding of what direction the council wants to go. So as soon as we get that, we can certainly reach out.
Councilor Exner?
Yeah, I did just, your discussion earlier about how, as you reach out to like the Mavericks and the high school about how they are looking at other options, being able to find a cheaper, I assume, location for doing their swim. Is, I'm assuming supply and demand works here, and as we raise our prices, they look at other options. And in order for us to keep the income coming, have we got to the point where we're at that place where the different clubs have said we'd rather go somewhere else, like to Clackamas or to Mount Hood or some other pools? How have we looked at that and see we're starting to see some people thinking about wanting to leave, it sounds like.
So, just so I understand your question, Mavericks is the swim team, so they just went back to Gresham and to Centennial, so.
And it's a cheaper thing for them, it sounds like?
Well, it's a swim team, so they're just looking for pool space.
Okay.
Yeah, so they've just chosen to be in Gresham for whatever reason.
And that was not made on an economic decision, it was more of a preference?
I think it was somewhat. I can't really speak to that because I wasn't really involved in that, but my understanding from the staff was that it was just kind of disbanding and they've decided to pull out of Sandy, was my understanding. I'm sure some swim team parents have some comments about that. As far as reaching out to other facilities, if you're speaking about the current pricing, I know that with water aerobics, some of the patrons were upset about the price increase, so they did reach out and start, and even in the interim when I closed down for the 3 months to do the upgrades, they had gone to Mount Hood villages and they had started doing water aerobics and so forth. When we reopened, many of them came back, some of them stayed, but since that time, Mount Hood villages have made the decision not to include. And I also reached out to them and spoke to them in detail, and the director there said it was basically a company decision, that they are not interested in opening at all for City of Sandy residents or anyone who does not live in the villages.
Okay. Curious that I think it was Jordan that said, or at least indicated, that the high school is looking at alternatives. They got a pretty good deal this past year.
Yeah.
I think everybody would say a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
And they're looking at other facilities without even talking and negotiating. It seems to me like.
Well, they've been told it's going to close.
Oh, okay, that's the reason why. Okay, it's not because we are pricing them out.
They've been told it's closed, so they want.
We're already making plans. Okay.
So they're reaching out, I'm sure, to probably Mount Hood Community College.
That's what you meant. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Could I ask a question?
But I apologize, this is a conversation for council. This is a city council meeting.
You need to ask a question then, that hasn't been asked.
Tanya, please proceed.
Okay, so we talked about private lessons, we talked about programming. I think the only other thing really is I put down here our usage statistics. Swimming lessons obviously are high attenders. If you look at, I have the statistics over the summer, the total participants for the summer or the actual attendance was in the 6,000 range. Our participant registrations were about a little bit over 400, and that is significantly higher than the other time periods, like fall and the spring. And, you know, again, we offer more swimming lessons in the summer than we do in the fall. People are in school and parents work and they have other sports going on.
Right.
So, you know, those numbers are all relative in one sense. Beside the other thing on the challenges, I've already mentioned about the staff. A lot of my staff are high school kids. So trying to find staff just even during the day. I have 3 dedicated staff members. Some want to stay at home mom, and 2 that I share with Donna at Mount Hood that are my daytime people. And if they were to leave, I wouldn't even be able to open for open rec for lap swim in the morning right now. So that's how difficult it is. Also, all of these employees are part-time employees. They are to maintain the 20 hours per week, or else the city would incur the benefits. So that ends up to be about 6 FTE, I believe, at any given time, maybe a little bit higher depending in the summertime. The salaries, the expenses does also include a portion of my salary, as well as the CPO that I have that works part-time with me and part-time with Parks. So that does also include in that. I think that's about it. I just mentioned about reaching out. I did also reach out to Mount Hood Athletic Center and are working with them to see about swimming lessons or what they can do for the City of Sandia residents. I understand that I forgot the name of the pool, but it's a pool up in Welch's. That's a private pool. It's owned by one of the clubs. It's either the Lions Club or something. They have a pool. I've reached out to them. I talked to Mount Hood, a community college. They're obviously open as far as they have capacity to add more swimming lessons or possibly help with a subsidy for if those city is willing to invest any money to pay for lap swim or open rec for the City of Sandy residents.
Councilor Lee and then Hamlin.
Yes, if I'm looking at the figures correctly, it's $122,000 more a year to keep the pool open than to keep it closed. And if you divide that by 12, it's about $10,000 a month. So to keep it open for the summer would be about $30,000 plus maybe your $5,000 for some upgrades and maintenance. So we're really talking about $35,000 for the summer.
It's not exactly apples to apples because given the summer is going to be the busiest time, so we're going to incur more expense.
So maybe $40,000.
Maybe, what did we say?
Every time.
I think that the expenses incurred for the 3 months of summer would be closer to the $100,000 range. My math would be, we're saying it would be $338,000 per year if we kept the facility open versus $116,000 if we closed it. So that's the $222,000 number.
Right.
That's closer to $20,000 per month, not the $10,000 per month. I think the other piece of that too, we'll have to do a larger chemical supply order.
Exactly.
So that's going to be another,
that's what I was going to say.
one-time
Chemicals
expense.
will go up, usage goes up, so you have to do more backwashing or changing out the media, those kinds of things. So that will also increase.
So about $100,000 would cover everything for the summer.
In that ballpark.
Yeah.
Councilor Hamlin.
I probably should have asked this in advance, so I'm going to put you on the spot on this one. But for the days, because I've heard mainly through my wife, there's been closures, unprepared closures where things were not working. Have you looked at how many days since we've taken ownership the pool's actually been closed, or we've been impacted by closures due to equipment failures?
Really not that many.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say only like 2 or 3. They were inclement weather related or, but is overall like a pump or anything like that, pretty minimal. We've been pretty fortunate.
So a little bit to Councilor Lee's point. So basically, if we want to keep the pool in the ability to maybe revive, or whether we shut down or not, right? We're going to incur $116,000 over the next year, just whether we open or not, just by the sheer fact that we own an aquatics facility. So we gotta chemically treat the water. The water's going to be filtrating through. There's going to be some maintenance issues because we have to keep it, going through the system. And so as those break, even though we don't have people in there, we're going to have to fix those. I guess, and I'm not looking to pick winners and losers here. I'm just trying to see what we can do to different audiences. Is for swimming and water polo, you mentioned that the agreement with the high school, that we have an agreement where we basically give them a key. We don't offer any staff time for that. We'll probably have to heat it a little bit. To get it to swim standards and pumps.
Yeah, we have to maintain it according to Oregon Health Code.
Please ship the answer off.
Right. So I guess my question is though, is if we were just going to make it available to high school swim and water polo, what is there an approximate cost that we are incurring to keep those programs alive? That would be an opportunity.
Dependent on if you wanted to staff it, if you're saying no staff again.
No staff.
Well, then the increase would be in chemicals and heating. Obviously, utilities, yeah.
Yeah. So.
I don't have an estimation for you.
So what if it were to close, right? And obviously we have to heat the water. What's the temperature difference? Just curious.
I usually lower it to in the 60s.
Okay.
So maybe like 8 to 10 degrees.
Okay.
We could probably go down more, but you just never know if.
So so to a certain extent, the question before council is, we're going to incur. Unless the decision is just to stop operations, which I don't believe this council's going in that direction. I mean, the question becomes, we're in at 116,000. 338 approximately if we were running programs at full capacity, which it sounds like there is some problems and limitations possibly to get there from staffing and other things that Tanya talked about. But let's say it's 338. That we would be subsidizing there. Now, 116 is part of that 338, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So the real question is, I don't know if it's the real question, but I think a question before us is if we're going to incur 116, the difference is 222,000. What is the appetite of on an annual basis? So. I'm so darn bad at math, but 44,000 in a biennium. That is, that is the additional cost we're looking at.
But that's without fixing it.
Councilor Schultz.
Tony, I don't know if Jordan, you mentioned this too. If we do make some of those necessary replacements you were discussing, do we have any idea what the utilities would go down, or are we kind of not sure at this point?
You mean the overall?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
There's been some challenges overall because even the PG&E bill and so forth, because the school district owned all 3 schools, we've had to make some adjustments and really find out what specifically is for the aquatic center versus where IT is or where Sandy Grade is.
There's one gas meter that feeds all of those buildings.
Got it, okay.
And I believe there's 2 PGE meters, one for the pool building and the old school, and the other meter is for the lower concrete building, for lack of a better description.
We could probably get some energy modeling assistance with that, but it's going to take some time. Bring someone on board and have them do the analysis.
Councilor Exner.
Yeah, I've been struggling here all this evening, trying to figure out where I should be located at. I really want to make sure that people know that I don't want to see this thing closed down permanently. There's no way that's a community resource. Just should not be. We should always have that. The difficulty in my mind has been we're talking about shutting it down until we figure out the financing of it, but we also should be looking at the repairs that are going to make a differences in our monthly and annual costs that bring that call 400,000. I know we've had some people say 475 and 500 and down to 3 something.
Right.
But whatever that number is, it was going to come down. I'm just thinking that we ought to be thinking about what it takes to repair those things that will bring those costs down. Maybe the most important thing is to take on the boiler, which is what, 60 years old, something like that. Or, I don't know.
Quite, almost.
More than I am probably, and I know how I work, which is not very well anymore. And maybe we should be looking at those pieces and parts of this pool that are costing us far more money than we really want to spend, and that we may be able to dip into the money we have and make those monthly costs come down substantially. That the difference between keeping it open for just to have it in existence, and the differences between that and working at full time with maximum capacity is far less. Maybe it's $100,000 difference. So I'm wondering.
Carl, are you talking replacement or repair? Those are two different things.
No, I'm talking replacement.
Okay.
I'm thinking the boiler.
Because you said repair, that's why I was confused.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's no big deal.
I'm talking replacement.
Uh-huh.
The boiler's out. Not a new one.
add
The
to
pump's
this.
out. Put a new one in. Put new ones in. I understand that.
Councilor Hamlin, that looked like Tanya had her hand up.
So I'm thinking that we haven't really thought about that. What would it take to throw those big components into a new item and be able to make those prices per month come down? In one thing we haven't talked about is that we're the 5th fastest growing city in the state. That's what people hear. I hear that from all kinds of places. That means new houses are coming in every day. We're getting new houses onto the tax rolls. I'm hearing 8% increases in our tax accounts this next several years. There's been some talk about whether or not it's going to be a recession or not, and so there's maybe some question marks about what our future might be, but for the moment, it sounds pretty rosy. I'm wondering if there's a balance in there someplace.
Councilor Hamlin, and then Tanya had a question, then I'll go to Councilor Lee.
So I don't know if you're going to answer Carl's question, but I'd kind of add to that because I'm assuming that 338 is probably majority staffing costs versus maintenance or overall equipment expense. So I'm just wondering, I mean, Jordan, you just mentioned this, we'd likely need to assess how much savings it actually does provide, but you still have staffing costs, and if you're closed, it's minimal staffing costs versus you're open, now you've got 15 hours a day you're staffing for.
The only thing I was going to mention is I'm not sure if I clearly understand your question. Like you had mentioned, is it repair or replacement? You know, you replace a boiler that's 66 years old with a newer, updated version of it. It may not integrate with the current system of other things that we have. So just be aware of that. You can't just replace the boiler because that boiler may not feed with the current system that we have for the chemical feeder, the chlorinator, the CO2 feeder, the piping, all of those things.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking replacement, because it's not just fixing the boiler to make it work right. It's fixing the boiler that also works with the rest of the systems, that includes the pool. So it's going to be more expensive to do that, but in the long run, we now have a brand new boiler and system that goes with it. That's going to be less price per month.
And Energy Trust has 2 different models of programs. They have a full renovated program where they'll look at what we're doing if we're renovating and look at the cost savings and see if they can give us some sort of grant money back on that, or they look at new construction. So that was one of the key things that they kept asking me, are we doing renovation? Are we doing new construction?
And
I think there's actually more funds available for renovation.
Yeah, I kept going back to renovation because that's what I
Is that right?
understood. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to Counselor Lee, but did you have something to add, Tyler?
Yeah, just one more point as you're considering that $444,000 for the biennium number that you mentioned, Mayor.
Yeah.
That does not include benefits for a good portion of the staff that work there. So if we continue to have difficulties hiring more staff that we can keep at that 20-hour per week mark, and we retain the current staff and increase their weekly hours, we're going to cross that benefit threshold for medical and dental, perhaps additional PERS costs that they're not working the minimum required hours for to be PERS eligible currently. So I would caution you with the caveat that that 440 could exponentially increase relatively quickly depending on what type of staff we can bring in. You just keep that in mind, please.
Thank you. Counselor Lee.
I would really like us to entertain the thought of spending $100,000 to keep it open this summer, and during that time that it's open, that we get a firm cost on what it would cost to upgrade with capital funds from our, can't think of the word. Urban renewal. To buy some time, and in the interim also look at some grant opportunities. That would give us 90 days to do some research.
So I think that is something that we should talk about, for sure. I think it needs to be part of when we also though, because part of what we're weighing when we do those investments is where we're going with that property, right, and with that pool. So you don't want to put too much funds, I don't think, into a facility if you're going to go a different direction. I don't think we are going to go, but we need to make sure we're not going in it. We got to talk, right, as a group, and
I'm thinking
make
of
sure
just a
where we're
couple
at.
million.
Yeah. Councilor Peetzel, Smallwood.
Well, just like John, I forgot my comment. Sorry.
It'll come back.
It'll come back to me. One of the questions, I guess, was when we talked about the boiler system there, the understanding is the pipes in the concrete on the deck have rusted out. We've heard that many times out, that it's just in concrete, so it's just not about replacing the boiler, it's the deck and that. What we were talking about in that whole scenario was the next phase that was potentially shutting down the pool to do that next phase as such. So the pool would be shut down to be able to renovate it for that. So just wanted to, because that was the idea, and that's why you've limited your programming, because knowing that it was going to shut down if that was the direction that we found operations for the pool. So.
Councilor Smallwood.
This is your opportunity to talk about urban renewal that you knew was going to come up, right? So how much money are we looking at in that pot right now?
So we have the $3 million that's left over from the bond that was sold a few years ago, like I said, for the acquisition. And it was basically undesignated. It was for urban renewal projects for the community campus as a whole, knowing that we would be kicking off a bigger effort there. And then I mentioned that we do have additional capacity to issue more debt. And I think that, again, was part of the plan and part of the amendments that was done in the past with the urban renewal plan to start laying the groundwork so that we can issue debt to build out the community campus. So I think there's initial 10 or 11 million that we can issue, for in bonds. But we're going to have the study session on urban renewal coming up in a month or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we do have $3 million.
And that's kind of what I wanted to know. I'm recognizing that we're talking about the whole of the community, not just this one project, but just having some idea of what we're talking about in there. And thank you.
So you do that, and I think this cost does go down because of maintenance issues and all that. But I mean, kind of just to take a step back as to that original recommendation that came out of that task force was to match it with another facility, that was a money maker.
Exactly.
That would help subsidize some of those losses, not subsidize, but help offset some of those expenses. And then, of course, then you would add in with a fee, right? So just kind of the realization that, these pools don't run at a profit, which is fine. As Councilor Hamlin mentioned, they're not always supposed to. But you put that money in, $3 million or whatever for upgrades, we are going to have a continual general fund obligation
Right.
after that we'll
Exactly.
need to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, and going after Jeremy's comments about tearing up the deck and all the rest, those are the kind of things that if we are closed down and not doing anything, that you would have to have an opportunity to be able to make those replacements happen. So if you're tearing up the deck, replacing pipes, you're not gonna have kids playing on the pool. There's just no way that's gonna happen until that's all completed. As a close down happens, that to me sounds like an opportunity. Why should we be planning on figuring out in the middle of a time when we're closed down? It seems to me that if we are indeed gonna close down for a period of time for whatever reasons, we should take advantage of that. Replace things, go after some things that really need to be done that have been left for 60 some odd years. And it just seems to me that that would be an opportunity. If we decide not to close down this summer and do that this fall or something else, maybe we take that opportunity to work it through. But closing down the pool for a period of time, and that's where I'm at. I'm not closing down for it forever. I'm closing it down for a period of time to deal with the economics part of it, but also dealing with the repair part of it. That to me makes sense. That's the thing that we should be doing.
Councilor Peetzel.
Yes, I don't think any one of us has thought that the pool would be closed down forever.
Right.
So I
We're all
want to make sure that
say
was.
that again and again, right.
But that's what it sounded like you had made a reference to. But that's exactly what was being presented to us before. Was that what I made my point was that for the next phase was to do that type of work, so that the pool would have to be closed down on that. The piece that was missing is the operational cost of that, right? So we have the urban renewal that can do the physical work, but we need the operational cost, and that's the staffing as well as the chemicals and the gas bills and those type of things. And so looking at that would help with that energy in the cost being lower. It won't. The staffing will be probably a steady fee, but the energy costs that we would come from either building a new structure or renovating the structure would be an advantage. And so that was that was all part of the plan. I mean, there's nothing when it was presented. That was what it was supposed to do, is close down. One of the things though for the operation though is that $5 fee that was presented to be able to do that would have been being collected during that time, and already being collected. That $5 would then be able to do that. That hasn't. So what the council hasn't come up with, and I think the main point of a big point of our discussion is the operation cost. I don't think there's any debate. Well, at least I don't see the debate in the physical structure of finding the money to do any of the bone work or any of the renovation work. It's about the ongoing cost of the revenue to be able to do that. That's the part that's where we're at. So.
Councilor Hamlin, and then
Go ahead.
All right, Carl.
Well, the part I want to reply to is that it sounds like OPSIS, when they gave us our plan, they were talking about a phase one that included quite a number of other things, not just the renovation of the pool. If that were true, then we'd be talking about $10 million worth of renovation to get it to the point where it's efficient, replacement of you name the different system. And so it sounded like, I thought I heard $3 to $5 million to take care of just the pool, which is a lot different than 10 or 12 million, which is what I thought I heard OPSIS talk about. So to me, the numbers are different. Definitely the monthly operations we should be talking about, that $5 to $7 charge. I'm not sure why we haven't been charging that. That should be something we talked about, I don't know, back a year ago we were talking about that. But right now I'm trying to figure out a way to get the pool back in operation. And I'm not hearing $10 million, I'm hearing more, call it $5 million. That sounds to me like something that is well within our reach. Again, the question is, why not on either one of those two things?
Well,
operations.
Well, I mean, one is I would say that, looking at the budget, and we're about to enter into our budget cycle, not to be the one that says why not, but you know, we have, you know, several obligations. One is we have rising PERS costs. We have or a very depleted reserve fund for a rainy day. We also know that we have a wastewater treatment facility that's coming down the pike that's going to lead to dramatic utility rate increases for our community that we have to factor in. And then we have other obligations that we just met with about 2 weeks ago with our public safety police budget. So, I mean, as to the question why not is that our ratepayers here in Sandy, we have a lot coming down the pike. And so I think we've got to at least raise those and identify those and realize those when discussing an additional pile-on for a fee.
So my reply to that is that the urban renewal dollars is not part of that.
Right.
As much as we still have things like the city hall and we were talking about Paola and that kind of stuff that are part of that dollars, but really we're not. That's not part of that.
It's part of our ongoing operational expenses.
The operational side, yes, the $5, $7, whatever that monthly amount is.
Right.
That's part of that discussion. But we've been subsidizing the pool without that for a year now.
And I think that's the big question is,
That's
should
the big
we?
question.
Well,
Should
that's we transferred a large amount of our contingency fund.
Came from reserve.
That came from our reserve. We had a $500,000 reserve in the last
We're very low right now.
last 2 years. That's what we had, and so we transferred a large portion of that. If we have something that breaks, we're still going to have to keep that pool maintaining for that 116 for the year. And if we don't have any reserve whatsoever in the entire city for anything, that's a concern that, you know, I run up against. As you know, we've been doing this a while, and we're concerned about that. I know you spoke about that in the past, that reserve being such that it is that, and so that's where that money comes out of. And so, you know, where do we go from that? There wasn't, I don't believe, a question on being able to find the money within the urban renewal for building or renovating that building, whichever way you want to go with that. In that phase, it was about the operations of that, and so finding the funding mechanism for the operations, not building it or constructing it. And so, and that piece also takes time as well, right? And so it doesn't just happen over a weekend or over a month. It does take time, and so there is this shutdown where costs aren't coming in, but there's still that operation, and we will still have to be putting in money from our general fund. And so we are going through a budget cycle coming up next month, right? As we plan for not just 1 year, but 2 years, which is in a way a benefit for us because we're able to look farther ahead and budget for an additional. But when it comes to guesstimating on revenues coming in, because I heard, you know, from you, Carl, that you know, we're growing and there's that estimate. We don't know because we don't have that money, and actually we do a guesstimate anyways, and we try to be conservative in Sandy. But we don't find that out until what, November, December, really January probably. But when
we
the
get our
full
assessed value and can make an educated guess, but until we get, you know, money in the bank, we don't know how much we're going.
So you know, that is that, you know, with the guessing game on that. But as we've stated in years past, that reserve that we've had has been the lowest since I've been on council. It was this last biennium, you know, and that makes me really sweat big time on because, you know, as you know, things break. We've had sewer treatment plants issues, not talking about this issue, but just a pipe break, you know, or whatever it may be, or we've had a truck breakdown that is, you know, huge in our community that needs to be placed, and it comes right out of that fund, you know, and so that gets depleted, or there's lawsuits or whatever that we can't predict out there. Then that's where we're at. So.
Councilor Smollett.
Oh, I didn't have anything.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councilor Hamlin.
So over the past few years, I've kind of had my ups and downs and emotions associated with the purchase of the property, what we inherited with the purchase of the property, the school district being able to use it beyond the sale for free, and minimal maintenance done as well too. I think we've had our hands full in issues, but at one point when we started to do the planning process, I started to get a bit excited. And I think as we started to share out the vision for the Sandy Community Campus, the excitement grew. And really for me, what I think is important is the pool's gonna close at one point or another. if we're going to move forward with this. And so I think the timing of when that happens, we probably need to figure out a plan, and also kind of working backwards from when phase one will actually start. And so obviously, if we're gonna get urban renewal dollars to pay for phase one to happen, which I think is an appropriate thing, it's something we've actually spent a good amount of effort and time on getting feedback on. I think we need to map backwards as to what does that process take to acquire the bonds to actually start that phase of the project, and just know the pool is going to close, and we're going to have to work on finding resources or information for folks to still get swim lessons, and for water polo to still meet, swim team to still meet. I mean, those are just, if the pool broke tomorrow, we'd still have that same problem. The difference is we'd probably be a little more urgent on getting it fixed. So for me, at least, I'm just looking at, it sounds like the feedback we got last week is that the May 31st closure is just not the best idea. When I'm looking at the revenue, I'm also kind of looking at Councilor Lee's point of what's the overall cost for us to stay open, say, September 1. Right when the kids go back to school, and then looking at the revenue from this last summer, 36,000. There's a little bit of offset there, but really strategizing on how we might be able to fund that gap over the next however many months from May through, and that doesn't actually and shouldn't have an impact on other services within the city. I mean, we've got a number of compounding issues. We had the Estacada contract in that put us into a situation on having additional officers. We've partially funded some of that through an SRO or additional SRO, but the reimbursement rate still is a cost to the city. Wastewater treatment plant, I mean, we've got bad news, bad news, bad news. I'm waiting for some good news to show up, to be honest. But I'm just looking at, if we do make a plan to continue operations, say through September 1 or the end of September, that we find a way to subsidize that by not utilizing department funds or putting any additional undue burden on the city, that reduces funding from other departments. And maybe that comes in a temporary fee to cover expenses from now till September, the pool closes, and then we move forward with the process to start construction for phase one, and just realize the communication process of notifying people the pool will close. And it's not going to be another whole bunch of people show up to a meeting and then we get urged to keep it open longer, but it's going to have to close, and we're going to move forward with phase one.
So a question on that is one thing we've talked about is, so the operations keeps, the only way to, if we keep it in the general fund, the only way to meet those obligations is through a fee, right? If we were to try to get it out of the general fund, which I think we would all, I mean, the most exciting world possible is it's out of the general fund, but still succeeds and is around as a community swimming pool, right? Is kind of, we've had conversations about creating this recreational district, aquatic district, and what's nice about those is that it takes over and helps fund operations, right? That then would alleviate finances out of our general fund. So listening to what you're saying, I guess my only topic I would like to raise for council is the idea that, that has to be approved by the voters, is that district. And it kind of leads to some of my questions for Tanya as to like how much of the last legs are we really on the pool, right? What is our appetite for investing millions of dollars into upgrades for a pool that might eventually get voted down at the ballot box? And and I want us all to vote. I want us all to vote for the pool. I want us all to go door to door and campaign for the pool. And I want to take all the energy that's been showing up to these meetings and create a grassroots campaign movement, and let's do this thing. But in all reality, what is our willingness or appetite to spend $3 to $5 million, and knowing that that the facility could go down at the ballot box, and we have just spent $3 to $5 million for something that voters didn't have an appetite for.
And I would say my thought on that is we maintain it being open as long as we possibly can, and tell the voters to decide. And if the voters speak and say, nope, we're not interested in park district or recreation district, or we're not interested in increasing any fees for us, the voters have spoken, and then we've got to start going back to the drawing board, but I'm not interested in investing millions of dollars until that opportunity. So I'm looking at a fee, a temporary fee, to subsidize the cost, to not impact general fund in the meantime. And it's probably going to be more than $5 or $7 because we're talking a shorter window of time, and additional release of burden off the general fund that's existing right now.
So you're talking about a utility fee, or are you talking?
Yeah, so if I'm hearing it right, just to clarify, and then I'll go around, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, okay? So what you're suggesting is not investing heavily out of our urban renewal fund. Try to maybe I have like 5,000 to 6,000 here, 25,000 here, maybe some upgrades.
Set a not to exceed dollar amount.
Right, not to exceed dollar amount to allow the pool to continue in operations. And then there's going to be a question coming your way here in a second, Jordan. Is to then put in implement a fee with a sunset. And I don't know if we can do that. So that's just so where we would be implementing a fee, knowing that it would either that it would go away based on the vote of the people, right? So pool's existing, it's limping along. We're all campaigning for it. Recreational district, it passes. The fee stays 2 months past that until we close down and then reconstruct and fix it, or it stays around 2 additional months or so until we close down operations because it failed at the ballot box. That's kind of what you're putting before council.
Yeah, and I think we make a clear-cut decision at the point of the ballot box. I think when we know an answer there, we discontinue subsidizing or having taxpayers pay any additional funding towards it.
I'm gonna go Councilor Schultz and then Councilor Exner.
Yes, I don't know if we have an answer to this, but with the talk of doing a sunset fee, what if we did it more like this fee is being imposed now and it's going to our pool now, but eventually it shifts to wastewater? Is that a thing? Because we have to do that. We have to like start looking towards that and do it incrementally.
Well, it's going to happen either way.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, can it be like...
It's going to be bigger too.
Yeah, right. But that's what I'm asking. Yeah. So if we start it in this small increment with the knowledge that it will later be for something else, rather than having it end, I guess is what I'm...
My only concern is kind of smoke and mirrors presented for the pool, and then we shift it over to wastewater.
Yeah, that's my question, is
I think we want to cut that off. Right. Otherwise, it'd just be, people would probably continue 10 years down the road thinking that they're still paying for the pool when their utility bill went up.
You'll likely have utility rate increases under this current plan for several years, and so the $5, $6, whatever it is, probably won't be felt, to be honest, when that drops off the bill. So you lose a lot of that. You definitely do a sunset in the resolution, and come back on an annual basis asking for reauthorization for a fee. One question I had would be, if you did that, not doing any of the upgrades, and this is actually a district, will the district have a capital component to do the necessary improvements that it'll need, regardless of whether it is owned by a district or owned by the city? That need will still.
Well, I mean, Jordan, I think that pivots into our next conversation, which is, I know it's getting late, but district alone, district mixed with a levy. I mean, just a levy mixed with the fee. I mean, we've got to get to that conversation here shortly, but yeah. Right.
Question.
Sorry,
I'm switching over gears, moving towards your suggestion. I have three questions. Is that, for one, I don't think the $5 a month will do it. I just gotta have to be substantially different, more than that. And I know that when we did our surveys, $7 or $8 was about the top end of getting us more than 50% people approve of that. You get up into 10 to 12. I'm thinking $20 maybe. There, yeah.
Come on. I mean, to turn on your water.
And then changing that over and sometime in the future, which is probably what would happen, because I think that the operations side of things are what we're looking for the problems. That's going to have to be coming out of either our general fund or out of some water fee or some district fee. I think there's going to have to be something like that. So there'll be a swap over there, and I think that we can communicate that. The big piece of this was, in my mind, was communication between us and the rest of the citizens of the city. Without getting them behind that, I think whatever we do in terms of request district or additional fees or whatever the work comes out to, I think we're gonna have to get people to support it. I've heard people talk about using the school district as one of those recreation district boundaries. Well, there's a lot of folks that say that's probably not a good idea, which makes it easier though on each individual. So we're probably talking about a city boundary of some kind, which makes more money required from each person. It gives me some, say what we're doing, it gives me some positive feeling about, is the city gonna support us or not? And I think with an election of some kind, and I'd like to see it do it fairly soon. I don't know if we can make it happen this November. I know we can't have it in the spring. But I hear there's gonna be some things coming down the pike that will probably be voted on anyway. We've got a couple things happening at the county level that will probably bring us to an election, so maybe we'll have an opportunity there. So kind of in favor of that. Give it a chance to see what the city wants us to do.
We did it with marijuana.
Yeah, we did.
We did, and they voted yes for a tax and voted no for marijuana sales.
Good job, right?
Councilor Lee.
Yes, what I was thinking about was, instead of having a utility fee, which really should be for a utility and not a recreational pool, that we should look at Sandy Net, where we could easily add $10 a month and still be much less than other alternatives. And then, in addition, I know you don't like it, but I'm
yeah, hold on.
still saying.
She's brainstorming and
Go
bringing
ahead,
up ideas.
brainstorm away.
Right. Because of the fact that there are more needy people who can't afford to really add on to the water bill, but people who have Sandy Net, it's just a little bit above what you have to have, and something we should maybe think about.
Thank you. Thinking it was, yep, Councilor Smollett.
Well, I'm just gonna kind of say the same thing that I said last week. I really have some real hesitation putting a utility fee for something that 5 to 7% of the population of the city use, right? So we've got 92% of the population in the city that doesn't use the pool. And I realize that's not necessarily popular, but that's a large percent of our population that we're saying, well, you're going to pay for this, right? I don't know I don't know that that's right. You have a smaller percentage of people who have Sandy Net, you know, and I just don't know that that's fair government.
Yeah, and in addition to that, everybody, I mean, and people don't like the comparison, but it's a deficit in our general fund, and these are all general fund comparisons, is we do have a deficit in our public safety budget, in our police budget, that many feel is a department that has been kind of treading water for a while, that we need to address financially, that we need to address. And I mean, there is a matter of priorities. You gotta flush your toilet, and you've got to have public safety, and so those are things that we've got to weigh as well. Councilor Pietzel.
Yeah, and the comment there about adding a $10 fee to the Sandy Net, obviously I take exception to that, but it also would be like any other public utility, which I believe has been ruled against the law on, from what Portland did down with their water. So just like a utility like water and sewer, you can't take and charge something on that to give it to something else. And so Portland got in trouble with that with Randy, or the Lewis or whatever, and had to end up paying back multi-millions of dollars to that fund because of that problem. So we don't want to go down that path. So
utility for the pool when it's a utility fee.
What's that?
It would also apply to using it for the pool. If it's
but that would be not that's on just a utility bill. And so then that would be applied to as a separate line item. What you're doing was taxing or putting it on one thing, taking that money out to use it for something different. So anyway, yeah.
So I mean, we're
your computer locked you out.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to log back in. So, I mean, we've got to start to, this has been a robust conversation, and we've been throwing around. We all are, I think, trying to find ways to, you know, save the aquatic center. And I think we all are trying to go towards a future with an aquatic center. The real question is what do we do right now in the short term to be able to allow the aquatic center to, should it continue on, or should we close it temporarily, and then move forward as a community to try to create a district, mix with the levy and so on, and try to create a path, pivot into that conversation to create a path so that future generations of the Sandy community can enjoy a swimming pool. Councilor Schultz.
I feel like back to what Jan was saying and Councilor Hamblin about, keeping it open through the summer. It sounds like from all of the public comment we've received, people feel a little blindsided by a May 31st closure. So I'm curious about if we just do it through then to make sure that everyone is aware of what's going on. And I also want to make it very clear, as we all have, that we absolutely are not selling off this property and building a strip mall or anything like that. Aquatic center is what we want and what we are moving forward. I don't know if all of this is what everybody wants. I think we need to look more into forming, a committee and seeing what people really want for the future of the center as a whole, since we were supposed to talk about the whole campus project. But for now, I'm not sure.
Yeah, sorry.
So I just wonder, we had a lot of ideas kind of thrown at staff as well too, and I think what would be helpful is to kind of take some of those and see what it would take. So if we were going to try to maintain operations through the end of September, beginning of September, and just knowing we're not moving off that date, we'd be closing the pool, moving to a vote and figuring out kind of next steps, but it'd buy us a little bit of time. What that actually cost based off of the revenue model from last summer, and just kind of giving the revenues declined or usages declined as well. Is that associated with the closure? And then I think also too, kind of looking at in that period of time, could we get any offset dollars, grant funds that could help with any of the replacements to where we're not actually even spending the $5,000 on replacing any parts ourselves, that we might be able to acquire some grant resources. And then additionally too, I think there's been a lot of people who have said that there's support and there's money and there's offerings of support and grant writing out there, and actually kind of call them out on that offer as well too, and say, great, well, let's do it, and let's start writing some grants, and at least have some opportunity to see what kind of fruition that could come to. And again, I'm saying this, I'm going to repeat again, pools don't make money, so I am not anticipating we're going to come out of this thing. Right. And, I mean, I've heard of like brick sales where you get your name put on a brick. We're talking we have to do a gravel sale in that gravel parking lot and sell pieces of gravel to generate revenue. So I'm under no impression it's going to generate big dollars. But I just wonder if we can kind of look at some comparable models to potential funding ideas, and then kind of get some of those additional questions around, like say we go into November, and not necessarily for pool being open, but looking at something on the ballot in November, and what that would be, what our options are, so we can kind of really weigh out what the plan would be moving forward. But I'm really curious as well too with the revenue and some of the offerings we've had for help. I mean, we really have to get it nailed down as to, is an offer to write a grant, does that actually turn into dollars or not in the time frame that we're looking at? Could that be utilized towards the future as well too? So some of these are going to kind of be unknowns, but to at least try getting a better understanding of where we could be looking for the future or not.
So I believe for a November ballot, ballot title and filing is in August. So just bring it back to a little bit of reality and the amount of work that would take to, get the public involved, form a committee, draw boundaries if the district is what we want to put on the ballot, understand what the cost would be and how much money we want to raise from that district. We need some resources to do that, and it would be a pretty heavy lift to get that something on the ballot, or at least a file in the summer for November. And I can come back with more of the hard, deadlines and a plan how we might be able to do that. But just, giving my morning speech.
I'm going to go Councilor Smallwood, the next turn.
So, Jordan, regarding that, would it be easier in the interim or in the short term to try and do a scientific poll of some form to see if there's even any validity in going out for something like that?
Sure.
Because we don't want to waste a bunch of money and effort if it's a losing battle, right?
Yeah. My gut tells me, and tell me if I'm wrong, that we could could do that. I haven't done a poll that involves citizens outside of the boundary, because my gut tells me that we probably get good support in town. It's
Sure, it'd be outside.
the greater
Absolutely.
area,
That's right. Absolutely.
So how do we draw that boundary? You know, is it the school district? Is it something obviously bigger, right? But you also might bring in more no votes by
Sure.
the bigger boundary you go.
Sure. I was just wondering if that might be a way to, I don't want to wait.
Yeah.
It's not wasting. I don't want to put a lot of staff hours and money to something that could potentially be futile,
Yeah.
right? Now, if it's going to be successful, totally different story.
Right.
But
Yeah.
if there's a way that maybe we could narrow that.
You know, I also want to take advantage of these opportunities that we're going to start moving down the path. You know, if
Sure.
we're going to do a poll for, you know, and maybe it's just biting off too much, and then we'll look at you at the time. But
Sure.
you know, tonight we were supposed to talk a little bit more about, you know, what is the vision for the campus. And how we want to head down that path. Is there a capital construction bond? Do we want to do polling for that, surveys? So if we're out there asking citizens about, you know, their appetite for district, but that just confuses people, right?
Sure.
So we want to be clear in what we're asking and what the timelines are for that. So I'm sort of trying to weigh, you know, are we just focused on the pool for the next, you know, several months, or are we also going to embark on a bigger plan on what we're going to do with the community campus? Because that question will continue.
This is a huge future for our community. I
It
promise
is.
that, Councilor Exner and Pizza.
I'm sitting here thinking that there was a reason for me to push for this November in the other alternative we're talking about. And now that we're thinking about this other possibility of getting the public to get on our side, and we're talking about heavy lifts, we're talking about lots of staff investment, lots of art, conversation, getting out there and knocking the door. I'm wondering if it is possible to wait until maybe next fall, keep the school, or to keep the pool going, and plan on having one done in 20. Having that vote happen in 20. Let's lift over a longer period of time. And of course, there's the cost risk of more things falling apart, costs of continuing of all the things we've talked about this evening. But if we're thinking that it's going to be a really heavy lift and it's a short period of time, I'm wondering if maybe we should keep the pool going, we talked about, but instead of this November, make it next November.
The worry about the heavy lift, though, also leads credence to the fact that why are we making it? I mean, to be just blunt, if we don't think that it can pass, then are we really representing the people of the community?
Yeah, I don't know what that percentage is. I have not a poll that says to me we would have it passed today. We certainly have a lot of energy right now in this room, but to Councilor Smallwood's idea that maybe we've got 10% or less of the folks that are really excited about the pool, that leaves 90%. I think there is some conversations got to be done.
Yeah.
In my conversations with people out in the woods of the citizens, people are thinking that this may be a heavy lift.
Huh. Councilor Peetzold?
Yeah, you know, we started this process here back in 2014-ish or so. And in that, you know, because we really wanted to, you know, make sure there's a pool in our community. And I chaired that committee to be able to figure out ways to do that. You know, we came out with plans for doing that. But one of the things I did tell the community, and we all did, it was sitting on council, but reassured, I know Kathleen asked me many times over, and you know, staff members as well, directors, when I talk about it, that bringing on this pool would not rob from other department heads, right? That this was not going to bring on this, and then we're going to cut budgets in every other department to do so. And so said we're not going to bring forward anything to suggest we would, if that was going to be the case. And so, you know, that's where we came up with the $5. Doing that at that time, implementing it, that would bring in X amount of dollars, and then the overall. And so that was what at that time going forward was to do. You know, that being said, we're here now, but I still hold to that belief that we should not be taking what is already there, budgeted or staff or whatever in those other departments, because those are all other services that are the city is dependent of and in need of, and that's you know, not fair to them. That being said, you know, we are going into a budget cycle, right? And so whether we go do any of these options, let's say did go down one of those options, I would want, I'd hope everyone else would want to see what the staff had back for the budgetary purposes for not robbing other departments to be able to do it, right?
Sure.
And so, you know, because we know there's not going to be an influx, you know, into that. So where that money is coming from, you know, in that. So we do start our budget process in April, and we do already know of other places where we've had to hold back on and stuff because of budgetary waiting for that new biennium to come around. So regardless of any other things that are going on in the city has been spoken about before. So, you know, I put that out there as, you know, it's hard to make a decision now, and I don't think it's fair to staff either to make a decision on budgetary things without knowing what would have to be cut out of departments to make that happen.
I mean, one option is that I bring back, you know, the impacts and we lay those out. I go to the departments and say, you know, we have a new service that we need to fund, and it costs, you know, $350,000 a year, and we need to find those resources, and we can work together to come up with options for the council to weigh, you know, where the pool sits among other priorities. You know, we have a biennial budget in the general fund of roughly $10 million, so half of that, $5 million a year, and I've already approached the council last month about another department that has a shortfall that we're kind of working under the same situation of, you know, if this is a priority, then where are we going to find the money for that, and looking for some input to help guide me in developing that budget. But, you know, that is absolutely one of the options on the table. You know, I think the pool puts sort of an artificial urgency on something that should be done with care, with a lot of public involvement, with a lot of time, with you know, a lot of design and redesign and public meetings, and you know, your choice is really, I mean, like I said, we'll reprioritize and find, you know, other ways to keep this thing open. It's to close it while we do this plan and bring back to the public a better, you know, plan for a better pool, or it's, you know, find revenue, and that would be the fee for $5. Probably make that work. I want us to keep it open until September. Probably make that work. Probably be a squeeze and hit some other departments, but we can probably find some money to keep it open for a couple more months. But it's going to have to close after September for probably a prolonged period while we do the design and upgrades and, you know, do our due diligence on this plan. So, you know, the $5 fee is an option. Police need at least that, if not more. So you go back to the conversation of, you know, where's that, you know, tipping point for what the public can really stomach to pay for these services. So I imagine we're probably going to, regardless, have some tough decisions and conversations during the budget process. But, you know, those are kind of the three, you know, avenues that I see.
Can you just clarify what the $5 and $7 would provide you?
It's like $225,000 for 230, yeah. Depending on our
right. So, I mean, it's a valid point. I mean, we're so put that into perspective. Is we're looking at, you know, $335,000 annual subsidy at full operating expenses, and a $7 utility fee only gets us nearly $300,000, right? So and that's at $7. So, Councilor Lee.
Yes. When we talked about the Parks and Recreation Board, we talked about it in the view of parks, and I think when we go out to sell it, it's not just about the pool, it's also about parks, and I think there's a lot of interest in the community in the parks, and most everyone uses the parks compared to the pool, so I think that would be very viable to look at. Mm-hmm. I'd rather see the utility fee, if we had a choice, go to the police, not as a utility fee, but as a safety fee. Right. Call it what it truly is. Yep. And find some other resource for the pool.
So I mean, we're gonna have to we're gonna have to get to something.
Yeah.
Here, right. And so I mean, I'm just going to, you know, step up and say it. Is, you know, we've collected a lot of information. We've asked staff to go back and collect additional information and come back to us. We're all very emotional about this topic because we all want to see a future with a swimming pool and aquatic center. But we also have some heavy constraints on our budget. You know, Jordan just mentioned, you know, it's unpopular right now to talk about pitting it against police, but guess what? We have nearly $500,000 deficit in our public safety fund that we have to address immediately. And it's not always fun to talk about wastewater, but guess what? We're looking between $40 and $90 a month coming onto our local citizens here. So you want to address public safety? All right, there's $7 to $8 a month. You want to talk about what we're going to have to do with wastewater? Okay, there's $40 to $90 a month. Get your water turned on. Can't discriminate on that. You can't charge it against just the wealthiest 1% that we like to talk about. You have to charge that all the way down the line. We all want a future aquatic center. We also agree that we need it out of our general fund. The plan kind of put forward that we all agreed to back in January when we were talking about all these issues is that we need to find a stable fund for that pool, and the best way of doing that is creating a recreational district, possibly matched with a levy that creates capital for that, and then a long-term funding solution that then allows us to pivot into a public safety fee that brings our public safety budget more whole so that we can start leading this community that's vastly growing that we all talk about, so then puts more strain on our public safety. This is, again, I mean, again, for a public safety department, does not have 2 officers working on every single shift throughout the day. Every day. Okay? So, I mean, those are the issues that go ahead of us. I'm going to come out and say where I'm at on this. I feel like, considering our budget constraints, we are going to have to temporarily close the pool. May 31st, or I'm open to discussions at the end of summer, getting through summer classes. And then this project of over nearly 40 acres of land just adjacent to the core of our community, that is the future of our community in Pleasant Street, and what that opportunity presents to us, with an aquatic center being part of it, and what it means for future generations of this community, deserves our attention. And it deserves our attention more than just saying, well, let's throw $3 to $6 million at the pool. Maybe, you know, hopefully it's there and hopefully it's okay. And then we have an additional $70 million that we're going to do around there. This needs spending other people's money, their hard-earned tax dollars. Mm-hmm. It deserves more care. Mm-hmm. It deserves more care. So I'm going to go around. I'm not going to start with Councilor Schultz because she's our rookie. She's our new one. I'm going to start over with our council president, and we're constantly reminded of the longest-serving councilor. And so I'm going to go out on a limb if that's what we're looking for. If we need someone to do it, Mayor. I said when I first said I was going to run for mayor, it's a position of leadership, and so that is, that's where I'm at on this issue. And I'm going to go one by one all the way around the table, and then we're going to try to come to a conclusion. I'm going to go for a roll call vote. Councilor Pietzel.
Yeah, it is about leadership, and leadership's hard. And we get paid a lot of money to do these decisions, and away from our families who use these services as well. This is not an easy decision. And most of you know that. You've heard what I've said. And so I'll try to be quick because I get emotional. We started this 4 years ago, and like I said just a minute ago, I promised at that time that we'd find a way to fund it without robbing from other departments to fund that. We were able to keep the pool open another 4 years than when it was to be closed in doing so and being able to get there. We've gone through some phasing projects that I think still need to be refined, but at the end of it, we need to be able to find a way to manage our budget. And I know in some cases, it's easy just to spend money But I don't think that is what we're here in our leadership is to do, is just spend money, because that's what everyone wants to be on council to do, is just go spend money. But it's also to be able to weigh what is feasible with what we have currently. And I make this, decision not thinking about what's coming down or what could be with some of the other departments that were mentioned before this, but what is now with our current budget, regardless of those other factors. Our current budget is such that we had to take a massive amount of money, more than any probably other one I've been on since council, as you pointed out, here a long time, to be able to do that and to foresee that in the future with everything else going. It is not something that, I want to be able to do, but I want it also to be here for longevity. I want it to be here for my grandkids, right? And in doing so, we need to make tough and solid decisions now so that can happen. In that means we have to be able to afford the operations of a pool. As we said, we found ways to fund that in being able to build it or rebuild it or renovate it, but not necessarily fund that. And so until that can be found, I would vote to close the pool on the 31st of May until doing that, because there is not the money in the budget. That is plain and simple why I'm doing that, voting that way. If we can find the money in there to do that, then my mind may be
totally
exchanged to being something different. But at this point in time, with the facts given today, without dreaming about what could come in, I think it's the responsibility of what was given to us as this position to be able to make those hard decisions. We do have a budget cycle coming up, and I think it would be doing it unjust if not going through that process as well beforehand, knowing what our contingencies are. Knowing and doing this a very long time, knowing that contingencies funds can be evaporated very quickly with some very simple things that happen in our community and has happened in the past. So there's my decision.
Well, like many of you, I also have fond memories of this pool. I rolled my first kayak in that pool, so it would never be my intent to close it for the long term. However, given that, and given our budget shortfalls and the current at a loss for the word that I'm looking for, but given the current state of the budget and kind of where we're sitting, I don't feel it's in the best interest of the public nor their tax dollars to limp this thing along in the state that it's in. And I think that if we're going to move forward, moving toward a phase with the community campus and the pool, that we need to put our best foot forward and spend those tax dollars wisely. So I would also, unless funds can be found to keep it open through the summer that do not incur debt on other services, I would vote to close on the 31st, like we said.
I think I've already spoken most of my piece. I would just say I think it was foolish for us to assume this would not have a fiscal impact on the city. And the reality is we took on a burden that the school district no longer wanted. And I think we're kind of paying the price for that. Even with urban renewal dollars and whether a levy or whether a district, whatever we do, we're still going to have operational expenses. And I think I've said it 3 times to now. Now we're likely not going to generate revenue. We're always going to spend money on this facility regardless of what it is. So I think the reality is we're going to incur additional operational expenses the further we develop this, and we need to move forward with that in mind, that as we expand, if we go through all 3 phases on both sides of the project, we have incurred quadruple the expenses operationally than we currently have. It's only going to go up from here, and we're going to have areas that may offset some of that loss, but we were going to operate at a loss in nearly every single bit of that facility. We could charge for parking or sell bricks or rocks. But I would vote to maintain the pool through the end of the summer. Seems like our most profitable month, with what I mentioned before is, again, finding alternative ways to fund that through that operational period to decrease the impact on other departments. But I don't believe there's any way to actually own a pool without having an impact on other departments, because it is not going to generate the revenue, no matter who's paying the bills. It's not going to generate the revenue to offset it at zero cost to the departments or the city.
I agree with Councillor Hamlin. I think that we should keep it open through the summer, that we owe it to the community to do that. But I do think we should start working on the Park and Rec Board immediately, get that going. We could even get it on the May ballot, which would be a good time, because you get a good turnout of people who really stand for something versus pulling in everybody in November, getting more no votes than yes. So that's where I stand.
Just to clarify, sorry, you mean May of
2019. 2020 or 2019?
2020.
It's too late for
the
19.
primary before the November.
I guess I've just been a part of getting stuff ready in a much shorter window of time. So
either one works.
How'd that work out?
Okay.
That was on the mic too.
Well, I'm going through a bunch of emotional swings here, thinking about what we were told over time, and I'm not the oldest counselor here on the dais, but I've been around a little bit, and knowing how this thing was sold to us, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, whatever that was, and how some of the numbers, I'm going to speak up because I know I've been told that it's hard to hear, but some of the numbers just seem to keep changing. Every time I turn around, I hear an additional $100,000, $200,000, millions of dollars that have come across my table about how we can afford this community center. I did it when it was first put up as a possibility of purchasing, and to today, I think this is a spectacular place. I think this is something that the city will think of in 20, 30 years as what a wonderful decision we've made. This is just a really difficult time for me. I want this pool to stay open. I want it to be able to be used. Councilor Putzel talked about his kids going through it. My grandkids went through it this summer for the first time they've learned how to swim. Talk about emotional. I probably saved one of my grandkids' life. Okay? So closing it down at any time is really hard to do. I think we ought to look at the summer being left open. It's our economical time. We have a lot of people using it. Some of the things that happen with my grandkids makes me feel that way too. A bigger picture of things, we have spent more time, more analysis on smaller projects that we're talking about here. We're talking about the police, we're talking about the pool, we're talking about the sewer plant, we're probably talking about a whole bunch of other things coming down the tube. We need to spend some more time on understanding where we are with this. We've got a budget coming up in the next 2 or 3 months. The analysis of that for the next 2 years. I think we need to really chew into that. I think we've got to figure that out. I really believe that that's something that's so critical. Because I do want a full contingent of police. I do want a pool. I do want a sewer. But I see those numbers. They're huge. Like hundreds of millions of dollars. So I think we need to figure that out in our heads. And then finally, I'm not sure we can do something. If a heavy lift is this November, I'm not sure that it would be more than just a Herculean lift to do it this spring for an election. Maybe next May.
She was talking last.
Be a much better deal.
Next May is what I was saying.
Missed the deadline.
I just, probably the deadline. Yeah, this October. So maybe I'm in the same mode of doing it in next May when we got the primary happening and there's got lots of votes going on, lots of people paying attention. And so leave it open until September, put it on the election maybe next spring, and let's analyze the differences and get the public to know what we're talking about so that they can help us decide how to make this vote go. So there's it.
Counselor Schultz.
Again, both of my kids were in swimming lessons at the pool tonight. I think I've made it clear that I'm very much for this pool, this aquatic center. I'm very excited about finding a solution for it moving forward. I think that it's important to think about this is not, it's not a pool closing, it's closing something that's not operating efficiently so that we can figure out how to make it operate efficiently, make it work for everybody in our community. I want to make space for a plan that's going to be an amazing aquatic center that serves the needs of all of our citizens. So yeah, I think we need to form a good committee, find out what we want in our future, work together to develop a plan for how we're going to fund it. But for now, if we can figure out how to keep it going through summer, I'd be all for exploring that. But I do think we need to look into closing it either May 31st or September 1st, depending on where we're at with the budget numbers.
So, you know, the consensus is that we're going to have to do a temporary closure of the pool until our voters decide, and we put together a path for either a revised and revamped aquatic center that's part of our community campus vision and plan, or a brand new aquatic facility. That's still to be determined, but I think a swimming pool aquatic facility is going to be part of both proposals, whether it's revamped or it's a brand new facility. So the only question I think that is really up in the air is a May 31st closure, or the end of summer. I'm going to go to Tanya. Viability of, I mean, being able to, you have staff in place right now, be able to run it. I know you did notify.
I did notify.
Of a May 31st closure.
Yeah.
Do we have the ability to?
I would need to reevaluate it, meaning talk with staff, because some are already actively pursuing other positions. Also, I would reach out to the swim team coaches and water polo coaches to see if we can get more trained that are currently, you know, I feel pretty optimistic about it, but I would need to definitely reach out.
Okay.
You look at me because I'm.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm just trying to think.
Yeah,
I need to put a motion on the table
out.
if we're going to vote on it.
That's true.
Yeah.
Jordan
brought up a good fact. I mean, like, and at some capacity, we could definitely open. But given the understanding that we may not be able to do a full programming piece based on staffing.
So our economics would be probably lower, just because we are fumbling here a little bit.
Correct.
Start and stop, okay.
So we would continue to not generate enough revenue to cover our costs.
It's just.
Which we knew.
Which we'll always.
Right.
Yeah, I always knew.
So, any counselors want to be a lifeguard?
Counselor Lee.
Yeah, right?
I have an idea.
Volunteer.
I would like to make a motion that we leave the pool open until the end of summer and proceed from there.
Do you mind providing me a date, whether it's September 1st or so we can have
What's Labor Day?
Yeah,
So
I was
the day
thinking
after
September,
Labor Day.
September 2nd?
Whatever
Is
the
it
day
the
after
first or
Labor
second?
Day
I
is.
know what Labor Day is.
So it'd be the 3rd of September, I think.
Right.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Counselor Lee, to second by Counselor Hamlin, to have the aquatic center remain open until September 2nd, and then for a temporary closure while we put a proposal in front of voters for the future of an aquatic center for the city of Sandy. I'm going to have you call the roll.
Quick discussion. We're talking about an election in May as well.
No,
2020.
That's going to have to be.
That's a whole broader
That's a whole broader
conversation
thing.
about the campus and how that.
For me, it seems like that seems to be some reasonable, but, okay. Right.
I mean, I think we all want to give it the opportunity to pass, right?
Right.
But let's
Anytime.
not agree on a date if that turns out to be the date that's not the best opportunity to pass. I think we're all going in.
Okay, I can.
Do you know what I mean by that? Like
I can put it together, right, as it is.
Yeah, I just don't know if we know enough information about what that May date means from a voter turnout perspective to everything else.
In my mind, it means no November election, what it means. I guess that's moving on from there. I'm gonna do something else.
I don't know.
I don't want to toss it out.
What
but
do our
maybe not.
funds look like to be able to do this till September? I mean, are we gonna have to rob multiple departments to pull this off? Ballpark it.
Well,
I know.
He already answered that
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah.
Is that it gets tight. We can do it. It gets tighter if we go till September.
Yeah, so we're talking 2 more months of operations.
60 grand.
60 grand or so.
Minus potential revenues.
No, that's including
Including
revenue based
revenues?
off last summer's
Of the
revenue.
222,000 a year
I
broken
just
down
took a
into 12
snapshot
months.
of July and August revenue and
Okay.
expenses, and our net expense is 32,000 a month.
Okay.
There's a motion, it's been seconded, we're
Yep.
open for discussion before we vote.
Well, we're open for discussion.
Yeah, and we can.
And my concern, and believe me, I want to keep this open for the summer. Don't get me wrong, don't get my comments wrong, is I struggle, and I know that, and knew from the beginning that pools have to be subsidized. They're just, I don't think we've ever been thinking otherwise, but not at the, to pull out of other departments' budgets that have already loans and other obligations that they have as well with staffing and other things. Things are tight, as we know from years past. So, is that part of it maybe a little early without going through the budget process for knowing if we can do 60,000? I don't know. And so I'm throwing something, it's like,
The problem.
I wouldn't do that with my own finances.
The problem, though, I think, just to address that is we've got to figure out our staffing situation, right? And like these folks are going to be looking for alternative jobs.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's where I land. And if we're going down that road, if that's where the council decides to go down that road, and I do have an idea on maybe some of the staffing things, but we could look at grants for students to be able to offset that cost if they sign a commitment to lifeguard or whatever at a much cheaper rate. But that being said, that's my fear. I know it's in the deficit. I just don't know where we stand as our budget. I mean, because it wasn't part of the budget going into next year.
Motion's on the table.
There's a motion on the table.
It's seconded, so
It's
let's call for a
seconded, so let's
vote.
call for a vote.
Counselor Pietzold?
No.
Counselor Small?
No.
Counselor Hamlin?
Yes.
Counselor Lee?
Yes.
Counselor Exner?
I gotta say no.
Counselor Schultz?
I think I have to say no too.
Mayor Pulliam?
No.
So motion?
Motion fails.
Right.
So,
New
we
motion.
need a
New
motion
motion.
then.
New motion.
I need a motion.
I'd like to propose the same thing, but close right away.
Right away, you mean
So give
May
a date
31st?
Yeah, well, the
May
date that we already
31st.
talked about.
May 31st.
Okay, put the date out there. And everything else be the same. So,
What else is there?
May 31st close.
There's a motion to close May 31st.
I'll second that.
There's a motion by Counselor Exner, a second by Counselor Pietzold. Let's go through the roll.
Counselor Pietzold?
Yes.
Counselor Smallwood?
Yes.
Counselor Hamlin?
There's no other alternatives, so yes.
Counselor Lee?
No.
Counselor Exner?
Yes.
And Counselor Schultz?
Yes.
Mayor Poyourow?
Yes. Motion carries. Okay. We have other items on the agenda. We're running short on time. I do, though, believe that we need to at least provide staff with some direction, a homework assignment, so to speak, on the community campus. We've had several conversations that's come up in our Parks Committee meetings, our retreat, has come up in these conversations about some different avenues on the future of the Sandy Community Campus, of investigating possible boundaries and of a district and funding abilities and what that means financially. We've talked about a levies, possible mixture of the two. What kind of, and there's also been conversations about public-private partnerships with the, where, some of the landscaping and all that. Maybe we move forward with a smaller version of the rec center with some of the additional land. There's just all kinds of different opportunities in front of us. I don't think we're going to be able to get through them all tonight. But I do think if we provide staff with direction to at least start investigating what a district would mean and look like, as well as some different levy opportunities, we can start seeing what some numbers mean and how it would affect the property taxes and our bonding. What's our bonding capacity? How big could we even go? What are some thoughts on that for the Sandy Community Campus? Councilor Pizzo.
I'd like to start right away, getting going on that. I know we have a lot of things in the lineup, and so things will need to go before that, meaning budget coming up and some other things. But want to get going on that. I do think that we should have look at the project there and what it would take to focus on the pool and getting that going, but come back with the ideas. I mean, it's one thing for us to sit around here and dream up these things, but we're not necessarily the experts in that. And staff will need to reach out to some of those that do have the expertise in that and be able to engage with them and figure that out, and that will take some time. But so I think we should give direction to go forward with figuring out what is the best method to raise such funds and what that would look like. So, and then bring it back for a lot of community outreach and workshops and that type of thing in the future.
In agreement with Jeremy, I think to add to that, though, I would like to see staff come back with what it would take only to do the pool and get it up into the place where it runs well. I think that's $10 million for me. It's an awfully expensive bill. Let's find out what it takes to do the right thing for the pool, but the pool only.
Yeah, definitely should be part of what comes back.
And quite frankly, I think we ought to relook at the gym. Why that puppy is closed. I think there are some ways we can open it back up again and get it moving. Just as one of those first things to look at. There may be some revenue involved in that.
Councilor Lee.
And I'd like to see us look at the election process for the district board. And I'm going to spend some time to talk to Mr. Habel to find out how he was so successful in Madras, raising a bond with people that are much needier than those in our community.
Not to keep adding on. A couple of things I'd like to see is one is I hear you with just the aquatic recreational district, but I am curious what a parks all-encompassing parks recreational district would look like. That also includes a portion of the community campus, also the aquatic center, and just what that would possibly look like. In addition to that, I would like to ask staff to, I don't know the school district's level of interest in a partnership or in possible partnerships, and I don't know what their interest level, what their current situation is with their ball fields. But I'm looking to get things on the table, everything on the table. I mean, perhaps they're looking at, I know that there's rumors that that they've done this maintenance audit, and they're looking at a possible bond. And so what ways in which we can collaborate instead of having competing measures on the ballot, that maybe we could take, I don't know, maybe the parks off there. Maybe it's not a hindrance to them. Maybe they love their parks and it's a revenue generator. I don't have that knowledge. But maybe there's an opportunity to encompass some of their land into a parks district, take that load off of them. They could then in their budget use those funds for maintenance for their facilities. I just would like to explore some of these different opportunities within a parks recreational district. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I know it's late to start a bigger conversation about the community campus and everything, but we'll definitely start gathering information about the pool. Just to lay this out there, you know, this work over the next several months will take some resources and funds, whether that's additional consultant contracts, design work, getting, you know, the refined cost for what it would take to upgrade the pool on the maintenance side and things like that. Maybe some financial analysis assistance on the districts and bonds and things like that. So, you know, some of that, most of that hopefully could be urban renewal. Some of that probably is outside of that. But
we'd like to know what part is what could be put in urban renewal and what part couldn't be put in urban renewal. So.
Yeah, well, Parks and Recreation District isn't urban renewal.
No, but there's other parts that we talked about that could be part of urban renewals.
So just on top of that, I am going to reach out to the chair of the Oregon Trail School District, DJ Anderson, about getting together. I think considering there's an there's been some different issues brought up. We got to get to a point of good collaboration, a partnership between our two boards. I'd like to see down the road a joint meeting. Usually the school district likes to have a real strong agenda for those meetings. I would propose that we've got to figure out what we're doing in these upcoming election cycles as far as our bonding and how what our goals are versus what their goals are. Because we got to figure out a way to maybe blend our goals together or find a way where we're not competing.
Good point.
So we want everyone to be successful.
Right.
So, everyone feel good about the discussion as far as moving on, or is there anything else you want to revisit? Okay. All right. So this is my first Urban Renewal Agency Board meeting. Do I need to call a specific meeting to order?
Yeah.
We do want to. I'm not actually sure how we do it here.
Yeah.
We invite our friends over.
Adjourn the city council meeting.
I'm going to adjourn our city council meeting and then convene a meeting of the Urban Renewal Agency Board. Invite our friends, Chief Snyder, and
bring your own chair.
I'll sit next to him.
Sure.
Come on. Where do you want to sit? Here, there.
Anyway.
Sit there.
I know all these. Watch out for these fire people.
I was upstairs working for like 3 hours.
We need.
That's my birthday.
Chris, you gotta get up here though. Chris has to be up here. Here.
I'll leave your chair. I was listening to this.
So it's interesting.
We'll move you over here.
They have the big reserve.
Yeah.
Chris? They claim it's.
How's it going?
Careful with this drawer.
Oh yeah, John broke it.
It's the second time.
What he doesn't tell everybody is he went.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Let's welcome. Good evening, Kelly. Welcome back.
I got a lot done upstairs the last 3 hours.
I heard stomping around.
Tired, so
yeah.
I know what to do.
So I'll move to the staff report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll try to summarize this as quickly as possible since everybody wants to get out of here. But basically, right now we have a tenant improvement program that David Snyder helped launch, I think, in
2016 or 2017, sorry, I don't have the exact year. But then we didn't award any grants until Brady's Brats and Brew here in 2018. And then so we did a successful program with them. And then we also did a successful program with Paola's just recently to install a grease trap interceptor because that building didn't have one. The point of the program is to upgrade basically restaurants and the kitchen equipment and anything else that's deemed essential within a restaurant, and also for dining amenities such as new flooring and chairs and stuff like that. Currently, there's nothing in the tenant improvement program that speaks to fire suppression systems or internal stair improvements. However, we're faced with one rehab project right now at Paola's where they have these old mezzanines that you're probably familiar with if you've been in there. And on one of them, they just have tables, and on the one in the west, they have, or they used to have, arcade games up there and stuff. And these mezzanines have traditionally been used as places for sports gathering events, award shows, different things throughout the community. And so when the business was shut down in September and then they tried to reopen several months later, their occupancy permit was taken away, and they had to bring some things up to building code, current building code. And so this is one of them, is to bring those mezzanines up to current building code standards. So we presented them with some options, and there's several options they can go about doing it. They all improve fixing the internal staircases to make those more accessible for patrons and up to code compliance. And then the options are either to fully sprinkle the building with a fire suppression system, make some external building modifications that would make external staircases out of the building, so you can, when you're in the mezzanines, if there's a fire, you could exit the building. And then in the alternative, their other option was to, I'm gonna need to shut that door. I'm having
Just see if we can tell them to quiet down. We can't close it.
Yeah, because I'm having a hard time concentrating.
Just go out there and go,
Yeah, we need to leave the door open as a public meeting. But,
okay. And then the third option was to basically appeal our decision to the state and get an official word from the state building official on how to proceed next. They would like to avoid doing that, and they would actually like to, I think, fix and remedy some of the situation within the building to make it up to code compliance. However, the one thing is cost. I mean, you're looking at a very expensive fix here on an old retrofit building. And to put in a fire suppression system, you're not only putting in the system, but you got to bring a new dedicated water line service from the road to it, put in its own meter, and all of that jazz. So basically what we're recommending tonight is to modify the tenant improvement program guidelines to allow for this type of use of the program for fire suppression systems and internal staircases for fire safety. And then we're also looking to increase the total allotment amount from $25,000 for a maximum grant project to $30,000, which would, I think, offer more assistance in this matter, because we believe to both upgrade the stairs and the fire suppression system, it's probably going to cost somewhere to $50,000–$60,000. And we're wanting to help out as much as we can, so we're trying to increase that allotment just a little bit more.
Let me just add a couple things here. You know, this is an example of something that I think we'll probably see a little bit more of that's in town, is that we have these older historic buildings that have a lot of character, they have a lot of importance to the community, and they have a lot of needs. And as these buildings kind of turn over, we get new owners, we get new blood into these facilities, they need improvements. They need to, and often the cases when they switch hands or change use, you need to bring them up to building code. And so what this particular instance shined a light on is that we have a tenant improvement grant program that basically allows this type of expense to invest in these older buildings, to bring them up to a condition that they can operate fully as a restaurant, increase their capacity to make more money and be more profitable and successful in town, and that's what we want to do. So the program does allow as an eligible improvement other improvements as approved by the program manager that increases business, the capacity to increase business. having people be able to go and have their parties in the mezzanine is exactly that. But we felt it was prudent to bring this case to the board, to get your input that, you know, we're proposing to make a slight change to the program parameters. We're probably going to face, you know, more interest and honestly, like, probably more requests for this tenant improvement program because it's a great program that we offer. But these building code requirements are expensive, and $25,000 may not be, you know, the right amount. And I think, well, as we talk about urban renewal, and we talk about the budget and what we're doing with that program, we may want to look at, do we increase the total budget for these grants in the future? Because right now I think it's like 50 or 60 grand total for
41.
just, yeah, so just a couple, you know, grants per year basically. But increasing it up to 30 will hopefully, according to the application we received, help this business increase their capacity and reopen that mezzanine in a safe way. So we thought it was good to, although not at 10:30 at night, but convene the Urban Renewal Board to get your input on it before we go further on this grant.
So not to distract from conversation, I just need to start with declaring a potential conflict of interest on this. Some of you know this is the insurance brokerage firm that I work for insures the Paola family who owns the building, and our firm also insures the Pollock family who is operating the pizza restaurant within. They are not a direct client of mine. I do not drive any financial income off of this opportunity or from either of those business opportunities, but they are part of an overall book of business that our firm's plan is a perpetuation plan that we eventually take over down the road. So I just wanted to be clear on all that for everybody here this evening. Councilor Lee.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we raise the amount to 30,000, but anyone getting a grant would not get more than 50% or a cap of 30,000.
So what was what was the staff recommendation? Just
yeah, so it's going to be kind of an interesting one for this biennium because
yeah.
We've spent about $30,000 or just north of $30,000 so far on the program. Council set aside $50,000 for the whole biennium. So this by just issuing an additional $30,000 of this, you'd be going over the allotment that you set forth previously. In addition to that, we do have some other commitments already made to businesses in Sandy for other tenant improvements. So you're probably looking at not only going 10,000 over, but probably about 20,000 over. So I think as was put in here is we would be, a budget adjustment would probably be needed to take $30,000 from, well, it could either be done by a budget adjustment from $30,000 from urban renewal to economic development, where the tenant improvement program lives, or I think you could just pay it out at urban renewal without a budget adjustment.
Yeah. If we do the adjustment, we could do that at the year end, clean up.
So
Probably have to do another board meeting, but yeah.
Is 50% the general contribution by the owner?
50% match.
50% match, yes, correct.
Great, then that's all I was asking.
Okay, okay.
Chris
Chris and then Councilor Pete.
Sorry. So if I'm reading this correctly, we have more than one vote though here, right? We're asking for a couple different things on this. We're asking about modifying it, and we're asking about upping the matching grant, and then we're asking about moving over the funds.
You can either lump them or separate them.
Immediately
it would be to increase it to 30,000, and then to add into the program eligible criteria fire life safety upgrades as required by the environmental or building official.
Because and after talking to my board thoroughly, to each and every one of them today, we had some questions and some concerns. If we transfer over some and we don't have our next biennium until what, July? What if other businesses come in? Are we going to tell them we don't have it? Or are we going to make the same adjustment for them and transfer money over? You know, are we going to, it's kind of really that, you know, are we playing fair with both businesses, you know? And is this going, and I guess in the other question, I think you've already answered that, but if we move this money over, does that take it out of next biennium also? Does that already take that pot smaller than what it already is? Or would it
my
start off at
suggestion, and I don't want to
50,000?
speak for Tyler or Jordan, but my suggestion, because the facade budget is looking so good, because we're only going to use about a third or maybe 2/5 of the budgeted amount. My suggestion would be to take that 30 from the facade grant allotment that we were planning on spending that we're not gonna spend in full. I mean, it's similar to a facade grant in that it's kind of an assistance grant for a business, but it's the inside instead of the outside, but that would be my suggestion for where the funds would come from.
Yeah, I saw you first, so Councilor Peetzel, then Councilor Exner.
Yeah, so just some, so there's a few questions after you're bringing that up. We've already spent 30 of the $50,000 out of what we've allotted for it, but you said there was a couple other businesses that have already been promised the money, which would that equal up to the $50,000, and then this is now going to be an additional 30?
I don't know exactly what it would equal up to because we haven't gotten bids, but I would say it would be somewhere up around at least 40.
Okay.
And then I don't know if there's, there could be another project or two by the end of the biennium to bring it up to 50. So if you increase this, the max you would be spending is 80, and potentially less.
So is there any guarantees that once this goes in and we've allocated the money, they've done the project, they do all that, is there any other issues with that building or what may come out of that after inspecting this that might keep those mezzanines closed?
No, not that I'm aware of. Okay. I mean, I don't have final authority on that, but not that I'm aware of. It's a tough question to answer.
Well, I think we want to know that before spending the money.
Yep.
Because I don't want to spend the money if it's just going to be continuing to be closed. That would be a waste of taxpayer money.
We would get the plans for the sprinklers and make sure that those would comply with code, that mezzanines can be open. Otherwise,
I guess I'm more not just. I was assuming that the sprinklers would be met up to code, but any other code issues that would spring up after that.
I think Kelly mentioned the stairs.
I mean, they have to be done either way.
So
I don't think we get any guarantee on that though, because if the inspector goes in and something else is a problem, there's always a possibility. But with the intent of, I'm here to check these things out and approve these things rather than find out.
So I just want to make sure that those have all been identified, what those are, so that we don't get caught with spending money to help bring that up and fix that with additional. Those should have been already presented to the person, just making sure that those got fixed, whether they're doing it or if that's going to be part of this grant process to do that. Because it wasn't about the stairs that we're giving this grant out for; it was about the sprinkler system.
Well, if I may just speak to that, there is a letter that was issued that from inspection that specifically said, sprinkler system, and then a what's the word I'm looking for, Kelly? Re-engineered staircases on both sides, if done properly, would allow upstairs access to both mezzanines.
And my understanding is we don't pay anything until the landowner has gotten that work done and has been certified that that's done, and then we pay afterwards with the bills that came in.
Yeah, so we reimburse based on their proof of payment to a contractor, whoever that may be in this case.
Okay.
And then just about a year ago, we started, or a year and a half ago maybe, I started working into all the facade grants, and we're going to start doing this on all our potential grant items through Urban Renewal, that if you were to remove the building within a 10-year period of those improvements, there'd be a lien put on the property for the reimbursement of the money that the Urban Renewal District made to that.
And that's if they leave the building, you said?
No, if they remove the building. So it's like a facade grant. If you put in all the money to it, and then 8 years later, if the building gets torn down, then you would have to reimburse the city. Urban Renewal.
Councilor Exner, then Hamlin.
The trouble with waiting to be answered is that I start adding different questions to my mind, and hopefully I remember them all. I think, Kelly, isn't it not that remove the building, but remove the thing we paid for would be also the same issue about a lien, correct? If somebody took out a fan that we paid for, we would ask them to replace that, right? So.
We'd have to know that they did it, yeah.
Okay, all right, just thinking. Number 2 question is, I guess I'm concerned, as Councilor Peetzel is, about how there might be more issues that might come up after we approve this one. I assume we've had an inspection that has gone through the entire building, and so these two items are the only two that are showing as needs, and so we would not expect to see anything else.
So they have full occupancy of the lower story right now.
Okay, so it's just the upper story, and it's just the
mezzanines.
stairs and the water. We would not
Either
see
stairs and a fire suppression system, or stairs and alternative exits out of those upper stories.
Okay, all right.
Counselor Hamlin?
So I know Councilor Lee had a motion.
Oh, I
So, yeah,
apologize.
right, he's going to do exactly what I was going to say. We need to figure out what the motion is going
So
to be.
Councilor Lee had a motion. Councilor Lee, if you amended that motion to include the modifying of the tenant improvement guidelines and the increase to 30,000, I would second you.
I will so do that.
I will second you.
Is that the recommendation?
Yep, so, do you want me to read it in its entirety?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
understand it.
Recommendation to modify the tenant improvement grant guidelines and offering a tenant improvement grant up to $30,000 to the owners of Paola's Pizza Barn for the purpose of adding fire suppression sprinkler system. And so just to recognize that does, the 50% aspect of the motion is within the current policy.
Can I add?
Yeah.
I mean, or discussion on that, or add to that? Somewhere in there that was not just fire suppression, but it's the stairs.
Stairs, yeah,
Stairs
stairs
well?
need to be part of that motion, if you're willing.
Amending motion to include stairs.
Discussion.
So,
Interior stairs.
yeah, we have a motion, amended motion by Counselor Lee.
Yes.
And a second by Counselor Hamlin. We are open for discussion. Counselor Exner.
So I guess I'm concerned a little bit about the other properties in our urban renewal area that have very similar kinds of issues that could be brought up. And so we're saying that we have enough money in our accounts to be able to cover, have enough to cover others, but my guess is that we will have other companies now coming to us, or could come to us, to say, yes, I want to do this same sort of thing. And we're saying, yes, they can do that as well.
Well, I mean, I think they can definitely propose, right? And that
Right,
is
we don't
up to
have to
us
say
as
yes.
council. We don't have to say yes. I think in addition to that, there is some historic and cultural significance to this particular establishment, to our community. I think part of the fabric of Sandy is, well, we have several wonderful establishments, some newer than others, but it's kind of the old adage is you head up to the mountain, you stop by Joe's, walk over to stop by Mountain Mocha, and on your way back with your family, you stop at Paola's and get a pizza, and there's some other options in town that are just as wonderful, but, as we've talked a lot of this council about growing and changing, it kind of gives us the ability to hold on to who we are as well. And it sounds like there is some parameters that, because of those, that allows us to kind of case by case make these decisions. I would also add that this property does become a lot more valuable after these additions.
Oh, yes.
So that was part of the question too, is like what happens if this particular effort doesn't necessarily work, right, for the establishment? The facility is now a very much upgraded and more attractive facility to be used in the long term. But I don't know if that answers, but it's my best effort to answer.
I see nodding voices.
Yeah, additional discussion?
Yeah, so, like I said, I had long conversations with my board and as the business community. Just because they've been here for a long time, they don't feel that they should get special treatment for that.
Yeah.
And I've had other businesses come to me being concerned, not about this, but about special treatment for other businesses in the area. So I would have a hard time voting for this with the consent of my board if it's based on, well, we may or may not approve this for somebody else, If it's in this policy of this is now part of our tenant improvement program, what would be the possibility of us denying somebody that?
Gotcha. Councilor Peetzel has an
To respond to that would be that that's always been the prerogative of this board, to be able to do that regardless if we were doing sprinklers or doing something else. But I think there's also ability to deny something if there isn't money in that, and they need to wait to the next cycle. Because we've gone through this process for the last 12, 14 years of, hey, we're done with this year, Could they come and lobby for this board to do this again? Sure. But it could be denied because of just the purposes of there's no more in that fund, and we have a policy where we looked at it twice a year or whatever, and We just need to wait till the next one, and you could apply it, and that doesn't mean that you're gonna get it just because you apply.
Okay.
Any project in town is never, just because you apply, you get it. There has to be more
Well-
justification to it than that.
Okay, and I don't know if I can go again, but that was our concern. My board's concern here and where everybody was divided is if we're giving this additional, we're going over already to give this additional 5,000 or whatever that may be right now to Paola's. They were, like, a majority of them thought, well, maybe they need to wait until next biennial to get that additional if we're not gonna give that option to other people. So,
Well, first I'd
I don't know
say,
if I can
don't
vote on
apologize for your comments. That's why you're on this board, right?
Okay.
Is we're looking for your representation of our chamber and our local business community. But, you know, in addition to that, though, is you know, this program is about, we recognize that we have several older facilities in our downtown core and around our urban renewal district. A lot that people get priced out of the game, so to speak, to be able to open an establishment as a result of the upgrades that they have to do.
Absolutely.
So I think it's business opportunities if they kind of, I don't want to say meet council goals, but our tenant program is kind of specific to the food and beverage industry, and you know, and promoting those kinds of businesses. If it's a fit within our tenant improvement program, and we believe it brings value to urban renewal, I think us by making this vote does open the door to whether they're old or new or whatever. That's the point of this program,
right?
Is to try to overcome some of those hurdles for some of our local small business owners to be able to be an entrepreneur and get into business here at a local level. So, yeah, that's my take on it. Yeah.
I just have a couple. So it would be to the business owner of the property, correct? Not like the lease. I mean, like, so here it's Paola's and Pollock's.
Oh, right.
So does that go to the? It'd be a deal with the building owner. Is that?
It's a deal with whoever hires the contractor and can show us reimbursement receipts or payment receipts. So we don't really care who pays for it. Whoever pays for it and agrees to the program, and that's the person that gets reimbursed.
Yeah, I think it would be the building owner, but I mean, because weird things can happen. And my other one would be, if we had a final request from either Paola's or Pollock's. I mean, actually requesting, like the other people come here and request for the money.
Well, they sent in an application online.
They did. That's okay.
Councilor Pete.
Yeah, the comment with that, and thanks for bringing that question up, because that then goes back to, does a business owner, not the property owner, have the ability to take out funds that would create a lien on the property? Because you just mentioned that we were putting a lien on the property for the next 8 years. So it would have to be with, I would assume, the property owner.
Yeah, we would have our attorney review that. Yeah. Review that agreement prior to anything occurring.
So I guess, is it the property owner that's been asking, who filled out the application, the property owner or the business owner?
The leasee of the business owner.
The business
owner. Let's go, Councilor Hamlin, then, yeah, Chris, I'll give you your turn. Yeah.
So I think one of the important pieces from the chamber is that if we do make modifications to this, it shouldn't be Sandy's best kept secret.
Right,
and that
I
we
agree.
do expose the opportunity for others to apply for it. And I think this is good money spent as well too. We've got a lot of businesses, we all walk by them, and there's storage rooms for a number of them. And I also just think of things where the safety is a concern for the people who frequent the business as well too. I mean, I'm thankful this was caught. We've had a pizza party upstairs. I know there's been other building done on businesses in town that hasn't been done with a permit. And all it takes is just an injury or substantial injury to someone, and that business is out, and that owner is going to be up a creek pretty badly. So I think good news is if we have more people that are excited about this and want to submit, and I'm all for us figuring out the funding from Urban Renewal to pay for it too. That's the intent of Urban Renewal in the first place. So,
can I have one thing?
Yeah.
Stan? So the one thing I would throw out there as well is that typically with these programs, you might see, I agree, like a flood of a few other business owners or property owners coming for them. But you got to remember, if it costs them 50, 60 grand, half of that's still coming out of their pockets. So I think you're going to see a couple maybe at first that have been looking for assistance on this, but I don't think you're going to see like 20 applicants or something. I just don't see that happening.
We don't have very many two-story buildings.
But if it's less specific too, and people feel like they could submit a tenant improvement beyond just a grease trap or
True.
ventilation, they're like, hey, they'll kind of cover anything that's bolted down. We may see an increase, and it may not be that full $30,000. So, but I consider that a good thing.
Yeah.
More businesses that operate safely and can serve more capacity is not a bad thing in Sandy.
Get close to going for a vote. Councilor Lee?
Yes. Does the lien cover if the owner were to sell the building, say like next year? Would we get our money for the lien?
Yeah, so with the question around the tenant, I'll have to talk to our attorney on that, because it's a good point.
But
I'm not sure the answer to that.
yeah, but to answer part of this, if they decided to demo the building, they'd have to return the money.
We actually, I don't think that lien policy is in effect right now.
It is for the facade program.
It's in for, yeah, for the facade, but not
Oh,
for
okay.
the tenant improvement.
Okay.
Something that.
All right, we got a motion on the floor in a second. I'm gonna go for a unanimous vote here. Is everybody okay with that? All right. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And reminder, that was with the staircase put in that recommendation.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make
We
sure you
got
got
the
that.
amended.
Yep. Carried. Okay.
Motion to adjourn the
Yeah.
urban renewal agency.
I'll second that.
Yeah. Been a motion by Councilor, not yet, almost. Hamlin, second by Councilor Pearsall to close the urban renewal meeting. Yep, thank you. Let me just
Re-adjourn the city
re-adjourn
council
our city
meeting.
council meeting.
We're still going, people.
There's a crowd out there, all right.
Staff's-
It's not even, this is a new one. My
We should
daughter
open up
used
a
the other
hotel
one
tours
for show
to
and
City Hall.
tell.
Jordan still, I mean, not Jordan, Stan still has quite a long list to tell us
No,
about.
believe me, it ain't long tonight.
It's gotten shorter.
Yeah,
We have an hour and 15 minutes here. We
Yeah.
should go for it.
It's like good old days.
I gotta tell you, my voice is disappearing with my cold.
All right.
Jordan?
Okay, I'll shorten it up. So I got my notice about the SCI filing. Did everyone else get their notice?
No.
That's great.
I didn't. Yeah.
No, I did not.
I'll have to check. It may have come in since I've, when did it come in?
2 days ago or something.
Okay.
I didn't get it.
Check.
I did get
I-
one.
Yep,
Okay. I think that email's full. Crap.
Latest rumors on the VRF is that the petition was withdrawn. We were in a meeting with County Chair Jim Bernard. That was the latest kind of talk was pulled out. So the chance for it to get the signatures and get that effort is pretty slim. So they're pretty optimistic. We're not gonna make any moves quite yet, but it's still a couple years until we'll actually
VRF, please.
Oh, the vehicle registration.
Vehicle registration. And to add to that, I've had conversations with folks that would be part of that effort, and it sounds like no effort.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have been.
Just a reminder that Joe Knapp's last day is Friday. We will miss him. We're having a send off for him tomorrow. Greg Brewster has been Joe's assistant for I think a year, and he's been with the city off and on for many years. He's the brains behind a lot of the stuff that SandyNet does. So he will be stepping in as interim IT and SandyNet director on the 23rd, right after Joe leaves. So we will miss Joe immensely, as I've talked about before, but he's left his department in really capable hands, and we'll continue on.
Are we backfilling the other IT position?
That's part of what we'll be working on, Greg and I, a plan during this interim period.
Okay.
And just to update you on the schedule for the budget committee meetings, right now, April 29th, so back to the Mondays, there's a lot of competing, budget committee meetings with the school district and other things going on during that period. So looking at April 29th and then May 6th, the May 6th would take the place of a council meeting. So I think the mayor and I need to weigh, what the agendas are looking like for that. But and then May 14th, if necessary, would be the third budget committee meeting if we need it. So yeah.
Isn't the 29th Labor Day or Memorial Day?
This is
May.
April 29th. We moved
April.
it up. We moved
Okay,
it up
got
to
it.
April.
All right.
We still have a lot of work to do to put all the budget together.
No, so we can.
So that's probably the earliest date that I would feel comfortable with getting something out in time for proper review. good meeting tonight. It was tough. You guys did well.
Sorry if I put you on the spot about that.
Councilor Schultz, we're on committee and councilor reports.
I said it, I'm good.
Councilor Exner?
I'm going to really shorten it down and say that the Art Commission meets this Wednesday, so expect to see some things.
Councilor Lee?
Yes, I'm on the county budget committee meeting tomorrow, and the school board committee meetings April 25th.
Councilor Hamlin?
A number of us went to Furwood Science Fair and were judges. A really, really cool opportunity. Over 70 entries into that fair. And then I was at a higher education meeting the next day and was talking about it. And we had a number of folks that were science folks in the room, and they were blown away. An elementary school that size having that many entries.
That's a great thing.
So it's really, really awesome.
Yeah.
That's it.
No report.
Just believe me, it's quick. So we had a meeting, the mayor and city manager meeting for the county, where they did a presentation on the upcoming census and that effort to make sure that we're counting everybody here. That's going to be really important for us because that's our population numbers for getting a lot of our state and federal dollars. So if everyone's okay, I thought I'd invite them to come and do a presentation at council about kind of all hands on effort there. And Metro's putting a bond, transportation bond on the ballot. Lynn Peterson did a presentation at C4, and it's shocking, but very little projects for Clackamas County, hardly any. So the recommendation that I put forward for that group, even though we're outside of Metro, is to stop asking for 20 things, focus in on 3, and try to get those on there. But who knows where that ends up. So I'm going to leave it at that, guys. Proud of everybody here. This was not an easy meeting. It's really hard, especially this community, a lot of history there. And hopefully it starts to get exciting as we develop plans for the future of that campus and what it means in the future of a pool and stuff for this community for future generations. So hard decision tonight, but a really hopeful future. So thank you. With that, I'll adjourn.